Good evening. This public hearing of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6:00 p.m. I'm very pleased you've taken time to join us this evening. I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson. We've established a quorum, so if you will please mark your presence. All 7 members are here, and to my left is Dr. Fields, Superintendent of Schools.
Good evening, everyone.
The first item on our agenda is the Texas Academic Performance Report. Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am. Annually, we do a hearing for the Texas Academic Performance Report, so I would ask Dr. Toppin to come up and quickly go through. There are quite a few slides that she's going to cover. Some you'll be able to do background on your own. We put a title page with links and connected to the slides, but I've asked her to hit on a few main points that we typically do every year for the board. So, Dr. Toppin.
Good evening, Dr. Fields, Madam President, and board members. On this evening, we have got a presentation for you on this evening. We did do some updates even on today, so it may not look exactly what you received. So we're going to make sure that this is posted along with everything else if it's not already done so. So every year, the TEA requires us to do our annual report on academic performance, but it also includes a lot of different areas in our finance as well as in our special programs and also in our campus performance and what we do for violent and criminal incidents as well as prevention and intervention policies. So on this first page, it talks about the purpose. It's to really summarize, tonight's meeting is to really just summarize the Texas Academic Performance Report and give you some information about our students and staff as far as our demographics are concerned, as well as performances at every level in the district, as well as to make sure that we are meeting the requirements of the Texas Education Code. So the annual report that is posted on our district website includes the actual TAPR report, that's what we call it in the district, which is our Texas Academic Performance Report. It also includes our campus TAPR reports, your district one, and then as well as our accreditation status with TEA and our special education determination status for the year of 2023-2024. It also includes our financial standard from the first financial audit that occurs every year, our campus and district performance objectives, our HB3 goals, as well as any reports of violent or criminal incidents in the district, and prevention and intervention policies that we have for that. And then our students' performance once they leave us and go into post-secondary. We're looking at our students that graduated in the year of 2023, because it always lags 1 year behind, and 2023, and how well did they do in their first year of college. So those are all the areas that we're going to look. What is not included in this report that's posted on the TEA's website as well as our district site is accountability ratings because we're still waiting. They have been delayed since last year, actually since 2023. So you will not see that on this evening or our distinctions for any of our campuses or for the district. So when you see this posted on the district website, you will be able to hit those hot links and go directly to those reports and just dive deep if you would choose to do so. So we did get a Superior Achievement Waiver, Achievement Award standing with our rating for our first rating. We're still holding on to the 2022 accountability rating because, again, we have not had accountability ratings since 2022. So we're still sitting at a B. And then our accreditation status is accredited as far as TEA is concerned. Our special ed department did receive a determination status, which means needs assistance, and we'll get a little bit into that later on this evening. Again, just like I said, 2023 and 2024 has been delayed by TEA. I will say that there is an upcoming court case that is going to be heard on the 10th of February to determine whether or not those ratings are going to be released. Our enrollment at the end of 2024, at the time that you looked at when we did our accountability snapshot in October, and then if those same kids were with us on the day that they actually took their STAR assessments, was 23,848. Out of those students, 12.4% of those students are ELL, and 68.5% of the students are at risk. So when you're looking at that, when you have a high percentage of economically disadvantaged and you have a high percentage of at risk, those students do require a little bit more in our services that we have to offer as a district. So we have put a lot of different pieces in place in order to address those needs of our students. Yes, ma'am.
Could you just quickly define what economically disadvantaged, what are the parameters?
The parameters for for what we call ECODIS, economically disadvantaged, is that the state sets a certain income level that students are supposed to have, and then if students don't meet that threshold, they fall into that group. And so our at-risk students, on the other hand, there's like 13 indicators that can determine if a student meets the at-risk, which can include if the student is a teen parent, if the student failed a grade level, if a student failed a STAR assessment, and so the list goes on, if you're in foster care, those type of things. And so those are, we keep tracking that all year long. So a student may come in at the beginning of the year and be okay, and then something happens, a catastrophic life event happens, and then their student unfortunately loses a parent or both parents, they do fall onto that at-risk list. And so when you look at our ethnic distribution in our district, you can see that we are a very diverse district in Judson ISD and continues to grow. Our instructional programs, we do track very closely our bilingual population. We track our CTE programs. Our CTE programs is our career and technical education, and those are the programs where students are earning certifications or different types of licenses and whatnot before they leave high school, so some of our students can go straight into the workforce, and that includes our dental students, our medical students, our cosmetology students, and so we are tracking their performance from going in at the beginning as a freshman, and whether or not they're tracking that all the way through to get to the end to be a completer in that program, so they're walking out with certification or licenses that'll make them ready to go to work if they choose to do so. Our gifted and talent students, as well as our special education students, at the end of 2023, we were sitting at 4,210 special ed students. Our teacher ethnic distribution, you can see also that we are kind of in line in some places with the state, and in some places we're not. And so we're looking at where we are as a district and making sure that we're making every effort so that teachers reflect the students in which they are teaching, and making sure the students see someone that look like them in their classroom settings. Our years of experience, and this is really important to us, we have done a lot in the district to retain our teachers. And so what you see that right now at the end of 2023, 2024, we had a number of teachers that have like beginning experience, no experience, first year coming in. They were at 10%. That at the 1 to 5 years was at 29%. So when you add that together, you can see that almost 40% of our teachers had 5 years or less of experience at the end of 2023. 6 to 10 years was at 19.6, 11 to 20 is 26.7. And then we still retaining our staff. We have teachers that love what they do. They don't want to go anywhere. So the 21 through 30, we have 11.9. And then we still have teachers that after 30 years, they're still in the classroom getting the job done. And some of them are already hitting in the 40s. And so that's a blessing to us to have that experience in our classroom. Our turnover rate is something that we have watched very closely. The board has talked a lot about, are we retaining teachers? And if we're not retaining teachers, then why? So you can see that in 23-24, when we started tracking it very closely in 2018-19, we can see where we are. We had, and if you also know what has happened when we had COVID and what happened during that time frame, and then seeing the number of teachers that left the profession at that time. So you're looking at 2021, 21, 22. You saw an increase both at the district level as well as the state level. And then when you get to 2023, 24, we have done a lot of work. This board has done a lot of work to ensure that we are decreasing the number of teachers that are leaving the profession.
Dr. Toppin,
Yes,
can
sir.
you just really explain how this is identified in a linear format and not necessarily a true to form in terms of?
Yes, sir. So sometimes when you play around with Excel, you type in your data, and then Excel gives you a choice to do the different types of charts that you would like to put together. And I looked at all the different charts. This is the one they recommended, but you will see it's not going to put that in 2022, 2023. The 21.3 is not going to be up there by the 21.7, 21.4%. Like it would typically. So I tried to do it in a bar graph. I tried to do it in a pie chart. I didn't like the way they look because I was using 3 different sets of data. And so you will see that the lines are just aligned to what data that goes with either with Judson ISD, the state, or the region.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I could, if you guys have questions, please feel free to. Go ahead.
I don't have a question, but I
Sir.
just wanted to just comment that you can't underscore the emphasis that this board has put forth to recruit and retain talent, focusing on the turnover rate. So I know there's been a lot of discussions in this boardroom for trying to do that. And
Yes, sir.
these numbers are quite impressive compared to where we were and where we've been. So it's promising that we're going to continue to build these kind of numbers as we go
Yes,
forward.
sir. Yes,
Thank
sir. I've been in Judson since 2001, so I understand. Want to keep the best.
And if I can tag on to that, I hope some of these pay increases that we were able to do also had
Yes.
an impact on
Definitely.
that also. So money isn't the number one thing that makes anybody stay anywhere, but hopefully at least it gave some sort of value, additional value to what everyone's doing out there.
Yes, ma'am. And so in our district, we talked about our data. We did it in length. We talked about it in June when the scores first came out. But when we're talking about how we tracking how our students are doing, we're talking about our strategic goals and our goals in our district improvement plan. We're looking at all grades, all subjects, and then looking at each subject from grades 3 up. And so when you look at all grades, we're looking at approaches, meets, and masters, and this is all grades, all subjects. So they combined on the TAPR report, what they do is combine English, math, science, and social studies into one, and they do from grades 3 all the way up to high school, and then they give you a percentage of whether or not how the students are doing. And so when you're looking at this, and I'm looking at from 2023 to 2024, you can also see that we are kind of maintaining right now, which is something that we either want to grow drastically or maintain where we are and not slip back. And so what we're trying to do with all the different things that we're putting into place in our district is to make sure that the practices that we're putting into our classrooms and the type of intervention programs that we're putting in our campuses for response to intervention for the students that are not doing well, that we continue to make sure that we're always looking at our data and always putting in interventions to make sure that every student is successful in Judson ISD. Yes, ma'am.
Could you define approaches?
Yes, ma'am, I was going to get into
What's the
that.
bottom line of approaches before it's now a fail? What's the parameter?
It depends actually on the test and how many raw points are determined by the state. And so every year it goes up and down. So what I can tell you that the state looks at approaches as the students that are approaching grade level.
How
Approaching
close?
grade level.
How
So
close?
it depends on the test, and it also depends on, I would have to pull something out, but it depends on the test it also. So it's like, it could be 3,500, it could be 3,625. That's the scale score. That is the cut score for the student that the state determines. If you get 25 questions right out of 54 questions, then your scale score is this, and that's the cut. But in the last few years, since we went to STAR 2.0, what the state has decided is that now they're looking at low do not meets, high do not meets, low approaches, high approaches. So students can fall in a range of areas going from do not meet to masters. And so your masters are the kids that get the most correct answer. So if the scale score, the overall scale score is 3750, that's what they want the students to get, and they want the students to get like 45 questions out of 54 correct, then that's where the scale score is going to. So any student that gets 45 to all the questions correct will fall in the high area, which is your master's range. We're going to go into a lot of debt next month because we will be talking about our middle of the year data at that time. We're still in the midst of taking all of our middle of the year assessments and tracking our kids at that time. Our students that are in the meets category, so when, I'm going to go back really, really quick. When they are in the approaches category, when you're looking at the approaches number, it includes all the students that were at approaches, all the students that were at meets, and all the students that were at masters. They add all that together and get a percentage. So when you go to the meets, it only includes the students that are in the meets category and the students that are in the master's category added together, and then they give you a percentage from that. And as you can see, when we start talking about one of our areas, if you're tracking as I'm going through the slides, one of our areas of concern is reading and math. And as we will talk about more next month of the different things and how that is calculated. But basically, if a student is struggling in reading, he's going to struggle on the other assessment because a student, all of the tests right now are reading tests. You have to read on the social studies test. You got to read on the math test. You got to read on the science test. If a kid is struggling with reading, he's going to have trouble with all the other assessments. So what we're trying to do is shore up those two areas to help our students succeed overall. And then the students are
Question,
at
are there
I'm
other
sorry.
slides, because this is not what was in board book, so you had it broken down by grade, so if we had questions about that, are those coming up?
No,
Or
ma'am.
have
Those
those
are the
been
ones that
hidden?
are on the first page where it says the purpose. And we're also going to go into depth because next month is we're going to be talking about individual grades, individual subjects, because now we're going to start talking about our board strategic goals and how, whether or not we need to increase our goal. We're going to increase our goals because the overall TAPR report increased the percentages, because when we first talked about our STAR performance in June, it did not include our STAR alt kids, which are our special ed population. When they added those kids into our TAPR report, it increased the overall passing percentage in most of our subject areas. But before we can even bring that piece up, we have to bring the strategic scorecard back to the board to adopt it again, because what we adopted was what we had at preliminary STAR numbers. And so because our board goal is really focused on overall performance from grades 3 to 12, that overall performance, this particular presentation is we have it on the first slide where you can go in and look at each individual grade levels and whatnot, but our goals for our board at this time is tracking all students grades 3 through 12 in math, all students grades 3 through 12 in science, and so we're trying to match up where we're going to be going for next month when we start talking about redoing our strategic goals and also looking at our middle of the year data.
Okay, so if we have questions about this data, we're allowed to ask or not allowed to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry. I had the slides printed, so I wrote my questions down in order of the slides that we had received. So I had some questions about reading in the approaches slide that we had gotten, and about specifically our third grade reading, which is one of the House Bill 3 items. Our special education students were significantly below our district average. You know, our district was at 68%, and our special ed population in third grade reading was only 45. They were 23% below. And those similar numbers can be seen in third grade math too, with district being 65 and SPED being only 44. And, you know, closing the gaps is one of the things we have to do.
Domain
We have
3.
to look at
Yes, ma'am.
subpopulations. We're required to look at that. How are we addressing some of these early, you know, literacy things? Because all through elementary, that subpopulation seems to be having more challenges. And the differences in our gaps are bigger than this, you know, the state's gaps
Yes.
on those scores.
Okay, so there's two different ways we look at it. We have to look at the instructional program from pre-K 3 all the way up to third grade. So what's happening in early literacy when kids are first learning their letters, then learning words and those type of things. Another factor that we also have to deal with, and I know my elementary principals can speak to this, is that students are not required in the state of Texas to go to kindergarten. They can start school in first grade. So when you're looking at a first grade classroom and you're looking at your range of students that is in that first grade classroom, you are looking at kids that are coming into school for the first time, that may not know their letters, that don't know their numbers, and then you're looking at kids that took advantage of pre-K 3, pre-K 4, so they're ready. Some of them are already reading going into kindergarten, and going into first grade, they're reading on level or above. And so when you're looking at that, we have to really focus on our foundational programs in the early grades to get our students that are coming in at pre-K 3. So we're talking about phonics, and we're talking about sight words, we're talking about all of those things. But in addition to that, if you have a student that did not participate in the pre-K program, you're now in first grade or having to put in interventions within the classroom. So you have 22 kids, but you're pulling small groups because we have got to get those kiddos up to where they need to be in order so they can perform, because at the end of their first grade year, they have to be reading at a certain level so they'd be ready to go into second grade. And so it is a challenge that we have spent a lot of time training on small group instruction, what that looks like, and how we can identify kids. That is also part of our program for BOY, MOY, beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of year assessments that we give, because what we're doing is that when we give that first assessment, which is your CLI Engage, and your Amplify, and those type of things in those grade levels, we're looking really closely at the students that are falling in what the program identifies them as red. I don't like red because it brings back memories, but it identifies those students in red, and then automatically we are looking at what is the issue, what is causing the student not to be on level or not to be ready to learn. And then we start looking at, is the student dyslexic? Did the students have the type of support before coming into first grade, before coming into pre-K, pre-K 4, and to see whether or not if they've been put in an environment that prepared them to learn. And so when you're looking at that, it's really talking about finding out what the source is of the problem, and then putting interventions in place where we talk about our MTSS, our multi-tiered system of supports for students that goes beyond just what is taught in the classroom every day. That may be pulling you out by a response to intervention teacher to work with you one-on-one. That may include after-school tutoring. That may include you going to a summer camp that the district is offering, which we do every summer for free, in order to work with the students that are already showing early signs of not on track to be successful.
I'm sorry, my mic was off. There was more early identification because we had all those kids when they were 3. So teachers were watching them and seeing things, and then pre-K 4, and so kids were getting enrolled into special education much earlier. Well, now, since those numbers of pre-K are so much smaller, there's a lot more kids just rolling into Judson doorsteps for the first time in kindergarten. And then that process of observing, identifying, intervening, and then eventually referring for services, well, now we've kind of dragged that out. So I don't know if there's ways through advertising, Child Find More, somehow, whatever we can do to kind of compensate for not having some of those really early intervention tools that we had by having more kids in pre-K, because I'm worried that those scores in third grade specifically of the subgroup of special education, potentially 2 years delays of services just because they weren't identified, may have some impact on that sub-pop once they get to third grade, because now we're only going to have a couple years of services versus potentially 4 or 5 years of services through ECSC and then kinder through third.
Also, we have to remember, I know you're going to jump on this.
Yeah, you're good.
Also, we have to remember that when we're talking about pre-K 3, they have to meet the criteria of the state. And so we may
Correct. Now
have
they do.
parents that.
Before they didn't have to,
Well,
so
because
we were getting everybody, right?
We were
So
doing
seeing them all.
pre-K for all.
Correct.
But that was not supported.
Correct, and I'm not recommending that. I'm saying, how are we then compensating? Because we have to identify that now a group that we had we no longer have them 2 years early. So we just gotta, be kind of poised for what the impact of that might be, and extra surging of services in kinder and first that maybe we didn't necessarily need before, I guess.
No, you're absolutely correct. There's a couple of pieces to unpack there, right? The initial question was third grade and special ed students and the gap that's forming there. There was a time, and Ms. Knoyer, you know this better than anyone, there was a time when you could say kinder to second grade, we're teaching kids to read, they're learning to read. And then third through fifth grade, they're reading to learn, right? That is not the dynamic any longer. With the science of teaching reading and TEA requiring that all teachers go through that programming, there really is an opportunity to typically, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, if you had a fifth grader who was struggling with reading, there wasn't an opportunity to drill down and now teach them phonics, right?
Yes.
But we have that continuum going through all of elementary. It will take a minute for us to see the benefits of that. I think the other piece.
Quick question, do our sped teachers go to
Yes.
the science of reading too?
Yes.
They're all doing it too?
And principals
Okay.
and administrators
Okay.
and academic leaders, all of them.
Awesome.
The other component to that is, and we've said this numerous times, there is a genre in reading that is teaching kids to take a test, whether it's right or wrong.
Right.
That's a
There's some
skill.
pieces that
Yep.
you have to address there. When you add in the layer of now we're asking kids to write and all of this is done digitally, I think there's an opportunity for us to really start to close that gap on what that looks like for special education students and accessing all of those accommodations that are available through the testing platform. We just had professional development last week with all of the academic leaders about the writing component and how we can capture some more points there. So the momentum is moving in the right direction. I think it's just going to take a little bit more time and energy to really fine tune it.
Okay, getting some feedback from the teachers who observed a lot of those
Yes, ma'am.
tests and said, hey, this accommodation
Yes, ma'am.
worked amazingly, and, make sure they do this, and things to remind kids of don't forget to click the dictionary. I mean, we remind them of that all the
Right,
time
right.
type thing, but really enforcing those accommodations digitally throughout a year as they learn those kind of soft skills.
Yes, ma'am.
That'll make their testing results maybe more reflective of, their
Actual
skill
ability.
sets.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. That
And
makes
I
sense.
also want to commend our board because they were forward-thinking and making sure that every kid had a device, because we were going down that route before the state came back and said that every kid must test digitally. And so kids are getting exposure to digital platforms as early as pre-K now in our district. And so now that all the testing that we're doing is in a digital format, across the state, across all grade levels, it's important that our students are familiar with that type of setting and familiar with that type of testing so they can do well.
Can I finish with one more math, and then I'm going to hand it over before I do the middle school? Or do you have a reading question?
Quick reading.
Yes, no, go ahead.
How long have we been doing the science of reading? Because that was a big change.
Yes.
I think we're in year 5 now.
So enough to start seeing the benefits of that?
Well, let me
It's
be
two
really.
ways because of-
Let me be really cautious about this. So when it first started rolling out, it
Yeah.
was completely virtual. They called it the blended platform. Most of the principals in the space right now can remember us going through that. It was a very, very different situation than we're in now.
Yes.
All of the teachers that engage in the science of teaching reading now, the Reading Academy, that's all face-to-face, coupled with a coaching platform. So TEA has really upped the game as far as the Reading Academy is concerned. I feel, we just had this conversation today, the traction is there.
Yeah.
It goes back to what we talked about retaining teachers, right? Because we've got these people in the seats now who have been trained. We
Yeah.
just need to do everything we can to make sure that they stay there so we can continue the momentum.
Yes.
Yeah, so are you seeing the benefit of that switch to science of reading?
100%,
That's what
without a
I've been
doubt.
looking for and expecting.
100%.
And the teachers that are going through it, and as well as administrators that are going through it, because in order to teach kindergarten through third grade, pre-K through third, I'm sure you have to do science of reading.
Yeah.
They liken it to a college course.
Wow. Wow.
Masters, yeah, a master's in reading.
Well, then I thank all of you teachers that are doing that, because it's definitely bearing fruit, right? Okay, that's.
In regards to elementary math, really reading a little bit too, I just want to give out a shout out to our emergent bilingual population, because looking at that data, they're not just keeping pace with the district, they're outpacing the district average in many of those categories, especially in math, and some blips are staying right there with the reading. To what do we attribute those successes? And are there any lessons learned from that subpopulation that we can export to some other subpopulations?
I will tell you, I believe it is an intensive focus on small group instruction.
Yes.
And I will tell you that Maria Richardson and her team do an incredible job of supporting those teachers and those campuses and providing professional development. But it really is just an intensive focus on that. And like we talked about, it's an opportunity for us to really kind of take that and stretch it across all contents, all grade levels.
How are we facilitating that? Do we have more aides in those classrooms? Do we have smaller class sizes? How are we making that happen, that they can have more intensive small group
It's
instruction?
definitely not the smaller class sizes.
That's what
We
I
find
think a lot of our
ourselves with
dual
a limit
languages
of,
were not.
bilingual teachers in the district, so they often take on larger class sizes. When we can, we put a paraprofessional in there with them, but it's not a standard. So they find themselves having a lot of students in those classes.
We also really stress that small group instruction is not just an elementary thing. It's a pre-K through 12. And so we do professional development of what small group instruction looks like, talking about station teachings, talking about what do the other kids do in the classroom if you got a class of 30, what are the other kids doing while you're pulling this small group of 6 and working with them. And you have to use your data. We talk about data, but to be data rich, but also data active. You're doing something about the data that you're looking at and making sure that you're making decisions for students that are going to put the interventions in place so that all students can be successful.
I guess I'm going to ask all the questions, because these are pretty much most of the academic slides, right? On middle school reading, our gap with the state is getting huge, right? We're somewhere between 10 to 20% lower than the state in almost every category, and it seems to be growing over, if I could look back over the time. How are we working to improve that? Because obviously, I've expressed some concerns that we dropped from 2 ELAR classes down to 1 this year, so I wasn't sure how that was going to help the English scores. And then we made passing ELAR no longer a requirement for our middle schoolers. So with those 2 things in place and our scores in middle school ELAR dropping, how are we going to recover and get those scores back up, and at least try to get up, at least even in the approaches category, we'll start with that, up to where the state is?
The challenge in English language arts and reading is that the state has added a writing component at every grade level. So prior to these last 2 years, the only kids that had to test on a writing assessment, STAR assessment, was 7th grade. Now, writing is tested from 3rd grade up through high school, not only in just English language arts and reading, it's also tested in social studies and in science. And so writing has always been something that as a district we've had to really focus on and work on. But when you have a student that is struggling to be a good writer, that's taking 30 points off the table before you even start the assessment. So a lot of our training and a lot of the work that we have been doing is teaching writing across the curriculum. Everybody writes. I don't care what subject. If it's PE, we're writing. If it's science, we're writing, because those the short constructed responses and the extended constructed response, I see the teachers like, yes, yes. Those 2 types of questions, the kids cannot be off topic. They have to answer the question, but here's the caveat in STAR 2.0. They have to provide evidence to support their answer. And it can't just be any type of evidence. It has to be evidence that is aligned with what the question was asking about. So
That's all the kids took the same test, though. I mean, everyone, that's not
Yes.
new to Judson.
But if a student,
That's new to the state. So that's what I'm trying to figure out is, how did we lose points on the state? If every 7th grader in the state took the same where they had to write test, how did we lose 9 points and the state only lost 3, right? Like everybody adjusting to it, and how are we gonna make up that ground that it feels like we lost compared to the district or the state averages?
So one of the things we have to remember that when the state is putting their data out there, they're talking about all kinds of districts. And so when we are looking at our data, we're looking at districts that look like us, that look like Judson ISD. And when we're looking at our data, we're looking at our socioeconomic status, our ECODIS numbers. We're also looking at our students, our at-risk population, because when you bring those two factors into play, it has an impact on how students learn. When you couple that with a shortage of qualified teachers, we're talking about teachers that are certified, because that's where we are right now in the state of Texas. Not only do we have to teach you how to teach, we also have to teach you the intricacies of your TEKS, so you can understand what you're going to teach and how you need to teach it. And so we have found ourselves, especially at the middle school level, of really digging deep and teaching writing in a way that you're almost teaching adult learners how to teach writing, so they can in turn teach students how to write. So that writing component on the test takes a lot of points off the table for our kids. And then when you couple with it, we have a reading challenge in Judson ISD. So we're going to take the writing, 30 points off the table in some cases. Then you're not going to do well on the reading part. That's more points coming off the table. And so you have to get to a certain raw point percentage in order for you to get the maximum number of scores, so you can be at approaches or at meets. It is an ongoing battle. So we just this past, 2 weeks ago, maybe, we had all of our academic trainers from every campus, and we had them bring in writing samples with their principals. And we sat in a room and talked about looking at student writing. What are we seeing, and how are we going to address it? And having that conversation with what we call academic leaders, which is our academic trainers and academic coaches, and our principals in the room, and looking at their own student writing and talking about what are we seeing. And what we saw was it was a plethora of things. Some kids can't write in a complete sentence. And even though the state doesn't take off that many points for grammar, if they can't understand what you're saying, they're not going to give you the points on the test that you need to do it. And so one of the things that we are constantly having to go back to, these are our students. These are the type of environments they're coming in. They're not coming in from a print-rich environment. They're struggling readers. And you couple all of those things together, we have to make the interventions, and we're working on implementing those interventions that are going to address that, so we can shore them up in the areas that they are struggling in order to push the kid in growth. We are a growth district. That's where we get most of our points. Did the kid grow in a year? And if we can say yes, we're moving in the right direction, because unfortunately, when you're dealing with a high percentage of at-risk and a high percentage of economically disadvantaged, it's not if they pass the test, did they grow in a year's time? And that's reality. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, you were supposed to recognize her. I'm sorry.
No, I just want to make sure that I could take my turn. Listen, we talked about the program that you all have set up for the teachers before school even
Yes, ma'am.
starts. And I know that this happens to be a big part of that program. And so I appreciate it deeply, because I know that sets our teachers up for success. And then they have the availability of you and Dr. Saunders, Dr. Johnson, and the rest of the staff if they have any concerns about that. But I like that program that you all diligently stood up and you presented to our educators before school even starts. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I had one more comment about high school. Sorry, I've got through my elementary, my middle, and now my high school. I feel like, I hope the public high school parents go out and look at the data on that, because our academic deans and those teaching teams down on the high schools, the progress they made last year on EOCs was astronomical. To point out, and our middle school teachers who teach biology and algebra. I don't want to forget about you guys who are teaching high school courses down at the middle schools, because both our English 1 and 2 EOCs, we caught the state average for approaches on both of those tests. Algebra, we made significant progress. We're getting close to the state average on passing the algebra, and both biology and history were both higher than the state average on those EOC tests. So I'm hoping that is great progress in a lot of those lessons learned. I know we got a lot of, new academic deans in place at a lot of our high schools recently. And, whatever lessons learned, continue that trajectory, because now hopefully we can shift some of that focus to that meets and masters and continuing to accelerate, that progress there. But I was very happy to see those high school EOC scores take such a good jump this year, and I hope that continues.
And I do want to say that all of our teachers work really, really hard. It's hard teaching. It's not one of those 9-to-5 jobs. It's one of those jobs where, you're at home, and I've been there with my 2-year-olds crawling around on the floor, and I'm grading papers. I got a stack of 180 essays that I have to do. Not doing that anymore. They're 23 and 21, but I remember those days. It's not a 9-to-5 job. Sometimes you got to go in on Saturdays. Sometimes you got to tutor a kid on a Friday afternoon. But I commend all of our teachers for their dedication to making sure that all means all, every kid, every day, and showing up every day to make sure that they're there for our students. I do want to jump, because I see Dr. Fields looking at me. Meets is students are on grade level. So how many of our students are performing at a level where they are on the grade level that they are in? And if you usually look at the numbers right now, we have some work to do. And then our master students are performing beyond their grade level. Those are the kids that are reading at post-secondary level. They're reading at a college level, or they're a third grader that's reading at a 9th grade level, and those type of things. And so we are constantly looking at not only our students that are performing below approaches and how to get them to approaches and beyond, but also trying to push our students that are at the top end and making sure that we're giving them the tools and the interventions so they can continue to grow. Yes, ma'am.
Just real quick, just wondering about the drop in math and why we think that might be. Are we still, I know the science of reading is the way to go in reading. That's that's it. But are we still happy with Eureka? Are we still,
Yes.
that's the way to go with math?
Math has changed so drastically in the last probably 4 or 5 years. And one of the things that we have to do, we have to teach it at what I call a conceptual level. You can't just know that 1 + 1 = 2. You have to know the why behind it. And what if we give you this in a word problem? Can you solve it then? That is a level of critical thinking that some kids cannot do at 3rd grade. At 4th grade, because it requires them to engage in what we call abstract thinking. That it's not just the naked numbers on the page. You got to see things and make connections with things as they're going through. And so one of the things that we are really working on is taking the kid from the concrete, if I'm putting tiles in front of you and working with those tiles, you can touch it, you can feel it, to the representational, which just means that I'm taking you from the tiles, but now I'm going to be drawing boxes. I want you to see it visually and try to figure it out, to the abstract. Now I'm giving you that same concept in a word problem, and can you do it? And that's, again, I said word problem, so again, here we come with reading. And it's not so much if you can read the problem, can you set up the problem? Yes, ma'am. Can you set up the problem and do that? That is a challenge for us. And so what Eureka has done is that it has given us the opportunity to fill teachers' buckets with that conceptual understanding of what the TEK is saying, and showing them how do we break this apart and do a gradual release of what we're teaching and walk the kids through all those different steps so it becomes automatic when they see the word problem. Oh, I need to do this, 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 and that. And so, and again, it's because when you are an elementary teacher, you're a jack of all trades. You got to teach all 4 subjects, and you got to know all 4 subjects. And so Eureka is kind of giving us that support that we need so that they can go through and internalize that lesson, so they can teach it at a level that the students can grasp it, not only at the concrete, but also at the representational and also at the abstract level.
So do y'all have a sense or a feel of why we saw a drop in math performance?
We always have a sense and a feel. Part of it's computation, just being able to set up a problem. The other part, like I said earlier, it's reading. It's reading. If you read the word problem, you don't understand what it's saying, you're not going to be able to set the problem up to solve it. And then it's also, can you do your multiplication? Can you do that? It's because in most of our grade levels, they cannot use a calculator. And so they've got to be able to do all that, what I call mental math, right? elementary teachers, mental math, and making sure that they have that.
Dr.
So-
Duo-Toppin, I'm so
Oh,
sorry. I've
not a
been
problem.
very patiently waiting to say a few things. But one, I just want to again commend our Wagner students back there that are standing very patiently and our students that are good speaking. So obviously I want to expedite this a little
Yes,
bit.
sir.
But what I do want to say is that these items, this is everything, right? TAPR is everything.
Everything.
From HR to academic outputs. And so we could spend 3 hours on this and still go in. So I encourage my colleagues to put items on the agenda that are specific to areas that we can really focus on in a manageable time for our meetings. But the thing to note too, when we take that deep dive, there are segments within our student population, like the mobility rate.
Yes.
We have students that don't start with us in kinder or don't start in third grade, and so everything we've done, they're coming in significantly behind. So developing strategies to address this, because now they're on our records, right? And they reflect academic performance in our district. So there are multiple reasons. You mentioned teacher experience and retention. That's also important. So we're looking at a whole map of variables that we need to succeed in every one of them.
Yes.
And the one area that I've wanted to state, and why I'm stating this, is because the board is also in your corner. We want to implement innovative programs, initiatives, whatever you think would work. I know programs aren't forever, but they're there to help in certain windows. And I'm a big proponent of one-on-one tutoring. There are a lot of students that have a very short attention span that can't do small group even, but we don't have resources for one-on-one tutoring to some. So that's one of the things we would potentially look at. But again, ongoing, I may put that on the agenda in terms of how to do that, but we can have that conversation at that point, which would make sense. Thank you.
Welcome. I would like to remind the board that we will be just talking next month when we get our MOI data, and then we also have a working meeting with Dr. Gibson that we're going to be looking at our data and talking about what's the next steps for our teachers, our students, and then for the district as a whole.
Dr. Tubman, before you move on, I find it disheartening that we're trying to rush through this because Lone Star governance is very clear that we're supposed to be spending 50% of our board meetings talking about student academic outcomes. And so when we make comments that certain board members are asking too many questions about student academics and we're taking up too much time, that's disheartening because that's the heart of what we do. That's what we're here to do, is teach kids and take care of them. So, you know, if things like a TAPR hearing need to be a separate meeting so we can
It is a
dedicate-
separate meeting. This is a public.
Correct. I meant
This is a
not-
public hearing, ma'am, and we're not supposed to actually be diving into all of our board questions. This is a hearing for the public to come and hear this information and ask their questions.
Okay.
We'll be going into all of our information at our mid-year when we look at our scorecard and delve into all those things then.
Okay, that's something unique we do. The TAPR is where every other school district discusses their student academic outcomes, but that's all the academic ones I have until we get to these slides. But I just prefer if we spend more time on this than other stuff.
I will also say that one of the things that impact our student performance is, are they coming to school? And then also, what are the factors that are causing our students to drop out? And we're tracking that at the 7th and 8th grade level, as well as 9 through 12.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I have a question about dropout rate. Our dropout rate is we're back to the slides? Yes. So our rate is at 3.6. The state is at only 2%. Why are we so much higher than the state on our dropout rate? I mean, I know we have a few more economically disadvantaged kids, but the state has a lot of economically disadvantaged kids and at-risk kids and other issues too. And I think we go later into some of the things we're doing about it, but have we found some root causes of why this number is so far off from the state?
Part of that is we do have a high mobility rate in Judson ISD, and unfortunately for some of our kids that move and move and move, they sometimes find themselves in environments that they can be out of school for a whole 6 months and then come back towards the end of the year and start. We've had, I know as a former principal, we had kiddos that came back at 19 and they hadn't been in school since they were in 9th grade. And what can we do about that? The other thing is that we do have a lot of what we call residential group homes and those kids move in and out. The parents get custody back and then they come back. So there's a lot of different factors that play a role into the dropout rate. What we try to do is find the kids. We have a very robust approach to this. Try to find out where they are, why they're not showing up. I've done home visits, principals have done home visits with their teams and tried to find out, why are you not coming to school? What can we do to help you? So that does play a huge role. If a kid was with us at Snapshot and then they just did not come back after testing or whatever, that's going to count against us. We got to find out where that kid went, okay?
I've been
Graduate-
trying to
I know.
not add on. When it comes to dropout rates, like you said, we're high mobility. In addition, if you were to look at the districts across the state, you're going to find about 1,100 districts. In those 1,100 districts, primarily they're rural districts.
Yes.
We have almost 24,000 students. That's not common in the state of Texas. This is considered a large district across the state. So in these rural areas, that's what you do. You grow up, you go to school, everybody's part of that program, and people don't drop out that often. But when you're in inner city, high mobility areas, you find kids that leave. What's concerning is that we're finding kids that are leaving in, Dr. Gosh, we're finding kids that are leaving in middle school. That's new, that students are choosing to move away from education in middle school or being allowed to. So that's where we're focusing our efforts. We've gotten a bunch of grants for truancy officers, and we're out there knocking on doors, but it's concerning to us as well.
Well, yeah, and it's concerning, like, our highest mobility number is special education students. It's not even ECODIS or any of the other sub-pops. Special education is our highest mobility. But the state even has, the state's got over a 16% mobility rate, too. So it's not completely unique to Judson. It is something we do see, fairly common, across the state, too. Thanks.
Graduation rate, I'm glad to report that we went up 0.6. I'm sorry, is there a question? Yes, ma'am. I'll put that in the Friday notes. It's the end of February, yes, sir. So when we're looking at the graduation rate, we're looking at a 0.6 increase in the number of graduates, a 0.1% on the number of students that went to higher ed. We did go down in the students that continued high school, so you have those students that did not finish high school. They left and then came back and then left again, and so we have to watch that number also. And then we had a slight decrease. We were at 11.2 last year for dropout. The year before, in 2023, we were at 11.2, and last year we dropped down to 10.8. I will take every little point we can get. College and career readiness, which is our CCMR, is one of the things that the state has us watching closely. It's like, how many kids are you graduating that are college ready? When they leave high school, they're ready to go to college and perform well at the college level. We're also looking at how many of our students are earning career certifications, industry-based certifications and licenses to walk out and walk into a job, like our welding students, our cosmetology students. And then up until last year, we were talking about armed forces. I'm glad that the state finally found a way to track it so we can bring it back, as every little bit helps. We want to make sure that all of our students are leaving with that check mark by their name, that they're college, military ready and workforce ready from Judson ISD. Right now, we are tracking really closely our class of 2025. These are this year's graduates. And right now, this is the numbers that we're standing at right now in January of 2025. We will continue to track that. We will be talking about this next month when we're looking at our overall data for the middle of the year. But I did have Mr. Holmes pull that information for us. Where are our seniors right now? And in some cases, I'm glad to report that, we were at this percentage last year. We were at 39%, for example, in TSI. Well, that's one of the areas that we've been really focusing on, making sure that our kids are meeting the requirements for the Texas Success Initiative, which they must pass in order to go to college, that we do have those numbers there for that. And last year, we ended the year at 39.5% in 2023. In 2023, because this lags 1 year behind. Right now, we're tracking at 37%. So I'm sure that we're going to be able to meet that goal, and all the efforts that we've put into that is bearing fruit.
Dr. Toppin?
Yes, sir.
The SAT data, just to go back to it, like I said, we can take a deep dive on all of this information. It's just so much. But we had the benefit of starting to provide SAT back 12 years ago.
Yeah.
It was an item I put on the agenda, which is my thing. Put something on the agenda, get some action. So because of that, we have all this data. I would ask administration to look at that data to figure out where students are performing stronger on SAT. That way we can kind of figure out
Yes.
possibly where there may be some, we probably know that, but we might be surprised if there are pockets in the Kirby area or the Southern End of our district that are doing well, so that we have track record, right? There's nothing better to have great data to rely on, and we have 12 years minimum of data to review. So obviously I'm hypersensitive to that. I know things are changing in regards to college admission with SAT, so I'd like to look at it sooner to really formulate a path for college readiness. And is the Alamo Promise part of this assessment or not?
Yes, because they have to do the TSI for some of the programs at the Alamo Promise, and so they have to make sure they have the right, they meet that criteria in order to enroll in those schools. But Alamo Promise also offers our students an opportunity that would not normally have an opportunity to go to college. It provides a way, so we do see a lot of numbers, that's the next slide that's coming up, that we do have a lot of our students taking advantage of that 2-year public college opportunity, and a lot of them are enrolling in Alamo district schools like Northeast Lakeview, Palo Alto, and those different types of schools. And it's because we have the ability to offer our students a partnership. We have with our partnership with Alamo Colleges to get them into those 2-year public schools. And we've seen that number explode just because we have that ability to help our students get there. And the first is getting into the door. That's the main problem. That first year in college is really, really important for our kids. We also track our graduates in their first year. The state tracks them and see where they are in their first year of college and where their GPA falls in college once they get there. And, you know, if you look at the mid ones, a 2.0 to 2.549 and 2.5, 299 and 3.0 to 349, that's 43% of our students that are doing well in college and not doing what we call the home by October students. Our school violence.
Could I? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am.
Yes, I know. I hate that our CCMR data lags so much on the TAPR. That's one of those
It
that.
lags,
It
yes.
does lag, so I don't, it's one of those that, like, publicly, I think when the public looks at that report and those data, understand that is
It's
years
a year
ago,
behind,
because
2 years behind, yes.
this is an area I've put a lot of pressure on poor Devin Holmes over the last 18 months with AP course enrollment, AP course testing, dual credit and all of that. So, you know, as you watch our other briefings we have throughout the year, this is an area that has grown a lot. We're just not seeing it on those reports yet.
No.
And a lot of things we've done, paying for the AP course exam fees, increasing the number of dual credit classes, working with master schedules. And I hope that continues because, you know, especially the dual credit, because you see some of those GPAs and some of those things when they get to college. If you've already had to suffer through Mr. Thomasoff and dual credit U.S. history, like my daughter's doing, I really hope that that is preparing her for her GPA then once she goes, you know, off to college type things, and them getting really that trial run in. So I'm glad that those numbers we're going to see on future tapers are going to be higher, and that we continue to progress on that. But some great efforts in that area by that whole team and those high schools. And Mr. Holmes, thank you.
Another part of the TAPR is that we have to look at our school violence prevention and intervention. It requires us to publish a report on the violent and criminal incidents at campuses in the district, the name, the number, the type, the rate, and the school prevention and interventions. We do have a link on that first slide that'll let you go in and dive deep if you want, if you choose to do so. But these are some of the areas that we're seeing in. I will say that, you know, the auspice of having to track our vape incidents on the campus has increased some of those numbers in some place. We also are tracking all of the different types of things on the student code of conduct and whatnot, and our number of kids that we suspend yearly, and then how many kids are in ISS, which is in-school suspension, what we're doing about those, and how many kids are being placed at DAP, and what we're doing about it. So part of that is not just have a student makes a mistake, and I call it a mistake because they're kids and their frontal lobe is not developed yet, so they make a mistake, they got to have a consequence because we want you to learn not to do that behavior again. So what are we doing to make sure that we are trying to teach you new ways to handle your anger, new ways to not to use your words and not your fists, and those type of things. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that in our crisis management plan, in our safety audits, we're looking at everything that we're doing on our campuses. And then also social emotional support has become a huge part of what we're doing right now after COVID. And so working with our Student and Family Support Services Department to make sure that we're providing those lessons in classrooms and individual and group counseling, restorative practice. We got to restore you to where we want you to be and not just slam you down and forget about you. We want you to be better and be more successful. And then teaching kids, simple things like character traits, how to be kind, clear is kind, kindness is kind. And then what are we doing about putting in behavior interventions and supports? And then we also work really closely with our social workers. We also make sure that we have done a lot in this district, to thank you for those of you that voted for the bond, to make sure that our students and our staff are safe. We got fences are going up around the campus. We have the Verkada system where you can't access and come into the schools if something is flagged on your information. We also work really closely, our police department works really closely with our safety and security department to make sure we have a unified emergency support, as well as a part of our operations department, making sure we're all working together as a team to ensure that we are meeting the needs of our students and our teachers, and that we're keeping everybody safe.
Dr. Toppin?
Yes, ma'am.
At the end of this presentation, the audience is going to have the ability to ask questions,
Yes.
correct?
No,
So we're-
yes.
Right?
Yes.
Since it's a public hearing?
I was like confused for a minute, but yes, ma'am.
So I do want to leave time for the audience to ask, because I had some questions on the report of the number of violent and criminal incidents, but I'm willing to bring that back next month,
Okay.
if that would be more convenient, so the audience can have time to ask questions. But I do think it would be good, just real quick, to clarify when we send a student to J-CARE and when we send a student to the DAEP.
JCure and DAP are the same place.
I think you
The
meant
place on-
JJAAP.
Yes, that's what I meant. I'm
JJAAP,
sorry.
which is what we.
Juvenile justice.
Juvenile Center for students that commit violent crimes. It has a lot to do with what type of ticket they get.
Right.
And
Correct.
what type of behavior they engaged in.
In the student code of conduct, there are certain things that rate that you can go to a district alternative education placement, but there are certain things that trigger a juvenile justice alternative education placement. And what you're familiar with is students that get expelled. So when you're expelled for a year, then you would go to JJAEP.
Yes.
If you're expelled because of a mandatory expulsion, then the state pays for it. If it's a discretionary, one where we send you because of the offense, then we wind up paying for that as a district. So,
I know there's a public concern about what the student population is at J-CARE, but again, I'm willing to bring that back next month.
understood? I can tell you the student population at J-CARE are Judson ISD students who have made a mistake that don't warrant being sent to a juvenile justice alternative placement. Yes, ma'am.
Just to be clear, it's not a permanent placement.
It's not a
No.
permanent
Right.
placement. Some even go for 10, 15 days.
Right.
And I will say the state kind of put us in this little bit of an area because of the vaping and the requirement for students to have to go straight to DAP if they're caught vaping on campuses. And so that is one of the things that has increased the number that we see at the alternative school, J-CARE, because of what the law that was passed by the state. Yes, ma'am.
I did have a question on your numbers, because I didn't understand the math of some of it.
What
If
number?
I added up all the mandatory placement offenses on those first that slide, I guess. Is there a second, maybe there's a second, there's a second
There's a
slide of
second
those?
page.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. On the last slide, there were a good 570-some incidents that are mandatory placement ones, but then there were only 450 students placed into DAEP. So, I mean, 6 of them went to JJAP, 10 of them were, there's a reason, you have it on the next slide. But that still leaves us with a over 100 students who committed a mandatory placement offense that apparently were not placed in DAEP.
Or they left the district,
Or they were not placed.
or they were not placed, depending on, there is, sir.
We don't have to climb into the hole, but there are students who commit offenses, and if you were to look into their IEP,
Correct,
you
and we
would
have those
find-
annotated on here. That's line 27 and 28. So if those guys are students, are mandatory but not sent to DAP, we have those numbers on there. That was 2 and 8. And then we had 6 go to JJAP. Yeah, there were still 100-something. So, yeah, I guess I'm just concerned that all the mandatories are getting mandatorily placed. And then it was concerned that none of the discretionaries, it looks like, are going there. And obviously a big concern that parents are continuing to bring up, and students, is the number of, these major campus disruptions and fights and other things that are going on that are not mandatory. Those are discretionary, on whether or not we send them, but the numbers look like we're not sending any of those. Also
Well-
looks like the number of fights went down by over 100 from last year, and from the year before to the last year, and I don't know, I guess, the feedback, it went down like by 100. So hopefully that's not under-reporting, because, when you talk to people, it feels like the number of fights is continuously going up, not going down. So those were kind of some of the observations from those two slides.
that's not the reports I'm getting from the principals. Now, when it comes to the amount of students that went on I'd love to sit down and go through the numbers a little bit better, but
And it went down to
I would ask the board that the placement of our J-care has been a question. So as we move down the road, I'd ask that we keep in mind the area in which they're currently housed and how many students they can have in that area. That's a factor. All right, at this point, we're an hour and 5 minutes in. I really would like to open this up to, as Ms. Ryan said, any other questions that you guys may have, or any questions that we may have from the audience? Yes, sir.
I'm concerned.
Dan, can you pass the mic?
Can you come to the mic?
Exactly.
Because when you look at the numbers,
Hold on, Mr. Pat. Hold on. We're going to get you a mic.
my voice isn't loud enough.
You got to catch you on camera.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I love it when they give me a mic. I'm concerned about the terms, approaches, meets, and masters. So when you say 40% approaches, that means 60% did not meet. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But now, let's say you have 40% approaches, and you have 20% or 20 meets and 9 masters. Now you're looking at another 20% that didn't meet, right?
No, sir. The approaches includes approaches, meets, and masters in
Right.
that number.
So now you have 40% approaches,
Mm-hmm.
and then when you look at meets and masters, you've got 20 and then 9.
Mm-hmm.
That means 40 includes the 20.
Yes.
And that 20 includes the 9.
Yes.
So now you got 20 that didn't meet in addition to the 60 that didn't pass.
Meets
way-
is different from
Meets
approaches.
is different from approaches. Approaches means that you are not on grade level. You passed, but you're not at the grade level that you should be at. So you might have passed, but you may be reading at a lower grade level. Meets means that your performance was on the grade level that you're
Okay,
in
so
right now.
can we make this masters as an A, B, and meets as like C, and then approaches as a D? As far as like a letter grade, maybe that would,
Well, a D is not passing. And for us, a C, a 70 is a passing, but the state doesn't look at it that way.
yeah. Well, I'm just trying to clarify this in my mind, because when I look at, like the math that you did for all subjects, that it shows 61% approach. That means 39% failed.
Did not
And now
pass.
that 61%, 42% met, which means 19%, again, didn't,
That 19%
They- you
that
say
is
they
at-
passed.
they're
Get to the
in the-
meat.
was it, they just like
when
need a
you-
nudge or something when?
No. When we are looking at data and looking at our student performance, we look at the approaches number to determine how many kids did not pass. So because the approaches number includes approaches, meets, and masters, then when we look at that number and it says 72%, then we know that 28% of the kids did not pass. And that's the number that we're focusing on as we go into our interventions and tutoring programs and whatnot. We never go and look at the meets and the masters to say these number of kids didn't pass. We look at the approaches number because the approaches number includes all three of them.
Right.
Yes. And so,
But none of your slides show does not meet. They show approaches, meets, and
Yes.
masters, so they don't show the.
Only because the state doesn't measure that. They don't measure.
Yeah,
did
those are
not meet.
terms and data
Those
we
are
get
the-
from the
right.
state.
No, they don't do it in their reports, but they mention it later on in
Yes.
discussion about grades. The other thing I want to mention or ask is, so this year, we did, say you did 7th grade, right? So, and then next year, you're still doing 7th grade.
yes,
So how are you comparing the 7th graders that moved to 8th grade?
we're watching
How
them very
are
closely.
they doing?
They are doing a little better.
Well, how do you evaluate
Because
that?
we track their data 3 times a year. We track it with our beginning of the year, our middle of the year, and our end of the year, and we look at growth over those time spans. The other thing we do is that every kid takes a unit assessment at the end of every unit, and we're looking at how students are performing, which students did not pass, which students need interventions and whatnot. Those unit assessments can come like every other week, every 2 weeks, so we're watching their performance like that. And so when we are talking about it, we're going to spend quite some time in this next month because we will be talking about where are we right now in the middle of the year with the 7th graders that are now 8th graders that did not do well last year and they're now sitting in 8th grade. At the middle of the year in 8th grade, are they moving in the right direction? Are they growing? Are we going to have to put some more interventions in place?
Now, that's a good question about the intervention, though.
Yes, sir.
So now you have identified a student that needs help.
Yes.
So now he's a 6th grader, now a 7th grader.
Mm-hmm.
He needs help because you pushed him up. All right. So when he gets that help, he's getting it during class at the next level.
During
But
class, yeah.
is he missing something, though, because he's getting help in math? Is he missing anything in English?
No, he stays in the math classroom. The teacher is watching the data. That's why we're really focusing on small group instruction, because that means that kiddo may be with 3 or 4 other kiddos, and you're pulling them into small group to work with those areas that they need assistance in. But the other thing that our board did this year is that they added the response to intervention teachers at our middle school level that we didn't have before. So now we have an actual class, that math lab class and a reading lab class that those students go to, in addition to their math class, in addition to their on-level English class. So you can get those areas addressed that happened that you did not have the year before. And so if you're still showing, I don't want to use the word deficiency, but you're still showing a need in that area, that's what that response to intervention class is for. So you take your on-level 8th grade class, but you're getting intervention in those 7th grade areas while you're taking your 8th grade class.
Are you also tracking that as you're
Yes.
going? So
Yes,
a person's
sir.
having problems and he's doing this intervention thing and you're seeing progress with that.
And that's what
I
our
saw
middle
that
of the
actually
year.
in one of the assessments evaluated, and I don't remember which one. I've looked at so many numbers the last.
It was probably BOY. You're going to hear
BOY, the
that when we
beginning
talk
of the
about
year.
it next year.
Yeah,
I mean,
but-
next month.
But it's
Mr.
kind of like
Patton.
there was a drastic increase in approaches. I mean, it was like maybe it was 70%, and then it or not 70, but let's say 40%, and approaches increased like almost doubled.
And that's how we know if our interventions are working or they're not. And so it's not, we're going to continue to do the intervention if we're not getting results from it. We abandon it and try something else.
Okay. Well, thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions from the audience?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I heard y'all mention earlier about the number of fights in school increasing. So my question is, what in school is being done to like prevent fights, I guess?
What we mentioned was the number of fights went down, not went up. And Ms. Ryan stated it went down by 100. And she said that she heard from others that it was reported differently, but in terms of what was reported to the state, they went down. Now, if you're asking what are we doing to try and prevent some of the altercations at the campus, we're trying to talk to students before stuff happens. We do a host of training. Are you a current student or were you a former student in the district?
I was a former student in the district.
So I know that you're aware of some of the training that we do with students at the beginning of the year to take them through, hey, this is how you resolve conflict, this is how you report bullying, this is how we go through a lot of that training with the students. I can tell you one of the things that we did this year is we actually took the first 3 days of school and around the clock in every class, retaught the student code of conduct and how students are supposed to act in school, because we found that since COVID, a lot of kids forgot how to act in school. Now, when students do get into altercations, we give consequences for that. Now, does everyone go to alternative school for a altercation in school? No. But if a altercation warrants it, then they're sent for a hearing and then sent to alternative school. So we're trying to give consequences to discourage. We also get the police involved. If this is a huge campus disruption, we don't necessarily give a citation, but what we will do is file that we will file a case with the local municipality, and if that city decides to pick it up, then students are forced to go to court and explain their actions to the judge. So these are all things that we do.
So I guess I remember reporting in like a fight that I knew was going to happen because I had been threatened multiple times to the school.
Now, I don't want to get into any specifics. This is supposed to be a public hearing about
Yes, sir.
generality, so I don't want to get into a specific case. But your question before was, what are we doing? So that was perfectly fine. But if we're going to get into the specifics of exactly what happened to you, I'd ask that we take that offline and do that directly. And one of the cabinet members can do that with you.
So like if someone was to report an incident or a threat before it were to take place, what is supposed to happen?
Well, I mean, I can tell you if someone reports an incident of what should happen, then there should be an administrator that looks into that. I would find it odd that it's reported to an administrator that there's going to be an altercation or something's going to happen, and them not look into that if it's reported to them. But oftentimes you can hear that something was reported, but then when you go back, no one ever said anything. I appreciate your questions.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hold on, we had one.
Oh, we got one more. Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure that we have access to these numbers. Is it like posted online somewhere where everybody can look at it and check it out?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
If you
perfect.
go to this, Mr. Garza, and pull it up in the board, the agenda, then when you click on the hyperlink, it will take you to all of these documents. Yes, sir.
We also have an accountability page that a lot of things are posted on that gets really down into the numbers and whatnot. And those, a lot of the slide, the first slide that we talked about for the purpose has hot links. If you click on those hot links, it'll take you to data and whatnot.
And I'm going to bring it back next month, too.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
My question is, do all of your schools have the anti-bullying committees in place that they should by law, according to David's law, which took place in 2017?
I'll defer to Dr. Gosh. I'm sure the answer is going to be yes, but Dr. Gosh?
Yeah, we do have anti-bullying committees that exist on each campus, and those are activated when a case is brought to those sites. And we do, on a regular basis, we have the behavioral threat assessment teams as well that serve in those capacities as well. And that is part of our district policy in compliance with the law.
I heard about one of those two, but I never heard about the anti-bullying committees during what happened to me. To my son, I should say.
Can I ask a follow-up? So what is the requirement? Like, who has to be, like district site-based and campus site-based? Like, it has to have like a parent, a teacher, and all, there's requirements. What is the requirement for that bullying committee? And do we post that like on the campus? If I go to Olympia Elementary's website, can I click on and see who the members of their bullying committee are?
No, you cannot. It's actually part of the counseling department in that particular area, that it is part of the committee that if a bullying report is identified by the campus administration, then it is actually reviewed by the committee to determine, does it meet the qualifications for, a bullying case? Because there are certain stipulations, even based on the law, that when a bullying accusation, let's just say, is brought forward, there are certain things that we have to review, and there are certain criteria that the state requires that it fall into in order for it to be deemed as bullying or not bullying. I know that on the DAEP side, through Ms. Hilliard-Bullock, on that end, they also have protocols that they review. So if it is deemed by the campus and based on that committee that it is a bullying case, then it is often investigated through the pupil services office at that point.
Okay, and if it's not, is there like a letter then that goes out that says,
And if it's not, it's
your reported
typically
case has
handled.
been reviewed by
Sure, it's
the
typically
Olympia
handled-
committee and deemed not to meet criteria because whatever, and then given back to the reporting person, so they have a record that it was, like, I guess, reviewed by the committee and the reason why it wasn't found?
That is typically handled, at that point, if it is not considered a bullying incident, that is typically handled by the campus administrator, and that is communicated based on a discipline report back to the families.
Okay.
Does every school's committee consist of also parents and students like it is required to by law?
So
Is Ms. Palmer, I'm not confident that a parent is supposed to be
We
on the
do,
committee.
It is. I actually spoke with
I,
Maureen.
again, don't want to get into specifics. I'm asking, is Ms. Palmer in the audience? She's the, it would be Ms. Garcia, but she's not here. Is that one of the requirements for the committee? Yes.
not to my knowledge.
Understood.
Wow. I spoke with the person that actually made David's Law, like who helped to do it, Maureen Mullick herself, and she's the one that told me that.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I think I can talk loud enough.
But we have to record it,
Gotta
sir.
record it.
Oh, that's good recorded. Oh, no. Okay, I was looking at the slides that you had, and everything was meets or exceeds or some approaches as all subjects. Why didn't we do this by grade level?
We will at next month's meeting.
Okay, what about by campus?
That is available on the TAPR report, so if you click on that link on the first slide, the purpose slide, it'll take you to the site where you can look at each campus.
Oh, and it'll show
Correct.
the slides, the bar graphs and all that?
No, those, sir, I
They're
made
just going to
those.
show you the numbers.
It's gonna give you the actual TAPR report.
See, I
for
started doing that, and
campus.
then as I was doing it, I was inputting the data, and it's like, holy, it's a lot of numbers.
Yes, it is.
And then you start getting focused, and I was really hoping that I'd see the information here rather than have to,
We kind of do a little bit of it, where it won't go by campus, but we do each grade level and each content area, and that is this next coming month. And we also will do it on the night that we do the workshop with Dr. Gitz.
You're absolutely correct. And that's what Mr. Macias was saying earlier, Mr. Patch. There's so many areas where you could just climb into this rabbit hole and get into the numbers. What we're trying to do here is just give a public hearing and overall of what the TAPR is. But what we have done in this PowerPoint, if we were to go back to that first slide that she put up, or the second one, is on each one of those. If it says TAPR, you click on there and it'll take you right to it.
okay, I was under the understanding, or it's a misunderstanding, because I thought that all that stuff got briefed at this meeting, not you got to go over here and get the information, go over here and get the information, go over here.
No, ma'am.
I thought
I mean,
that
no, sir.
the
What-
TAPR was like you're going to cover everything.
No,
It's-
sir,
it's
not at
a lot.
all. It's huge. So we can't cover everything. What we are doing is in this hearing, we are making everything available. And we're talking about the overview to the audience and then opening up to any questions you may. Could we go back to, I see us jumping around all over.
Well, I just clicked on the link, sir.
Right here. This is the slide that I'm talking
Yes,
about.
sir.
So if you were to click on, if you wanted to go to a campus, you click on this link, type in that campus name, and then it'll bring up the campus. If you want to go to the district TAPR, you click on that one. If you want to go to the financial standards, or HB3 goals, report of violence.
Oh, I'm very familiar with these. It's just,
You
again,
just-
trying to transpose the data where I could use it rather than trying to, because they don't do things. Even you guys, you reversed it. You know, it's like they had 23-20, or they had 24-23, and you guys, on your slides, changed it to the other way around. It's like, oh, this is driving me nuts, trying to figure this stuff out.
You'll probably get more when we
Yeah.
do the workshop next month.
Yes,
Okay, well,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Doug.
it's a lot, yes.
And, Mr. Clerk, before you say anything, and obviously for the public, if there are concerns, we are your elected officials, we're your representatives, come and talk to us. I'm always putting things on the agenda, so there's always room for us to dive deeper on any topic that you need information. So that's what we're here for.
All right, with no further discussion, this public hearing is closed at 7:25 PM. And we're going to move directly into our regular meeting of the Board of Trustees, called to order at 7:25 PM. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we're here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We're responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. In compliance with the state government code on open meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public, as our guests are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend a sincere thank you and a sincere welcome from the entire school board. We've established a quorum. Will you please mark your presence? Yeah, Ms. Eaton just stepped out, so we'll have her mark hers as she gets back in. Our next item is for our invocation and pledge of allegiance, if you'll please stand.
Thank you. Mr. Brooks?
Sir, let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us together as we begin this new calendar year. We are grateful for the opportunity to serve our students, staff, and community. We thank you for the rest and renewal that the winter break provided, and we seek wisdom and guidance as we look forward to the work ahead. Bless our students and staff with safety, strength, and success. Guide our discussions this evening that they may be productive and focused on what is best for all. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of the United States colors led by the Wagner High School JROTC Color Guard. Under the leadership of Sergeant First Class Wayne Harper, tonight's color guard is commanded by U.S. Flag, Cadet First Lieutenant Noah Perez. Texas Flag, Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Vicente Solis. U.S. Guard, Cadet Second Lieutenant Nicholas Brinegar. Texas Guard, Cadet First Sergeant Brandon Dominguez.
Please stand. Arms.
Our pledge leader this evening is Allison Liao. Allison is a fifth grade student at Hopkins Elementary School. She displays outstanding qualities in many academic and extracurricular settings. She is a determined student that always gives 100% in everything she does. Her favorite subjects are math and science. Outside of school, she participates in martial arts, in which she is a purple belt. She also does ballet and folklorico, and recently performed in the Nutcracker. Thank you for leading us in our pledges tonight, Allison.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Order, arms. Post. Color guard, hold. Place. Reset. Arms. Order. Arms. Forward. Arch. Forward. Arch.
You may be seated. And if we could give Miss Allison a big round of applause for doing such a great job with our pledges. We have a certificate for you, and the board and Dr. Fields are going to come down here to congratulate you. Thank you so much, Allison. And also, Allison's mom is here in the front row, very proud, taking pictures along with Miss Combs, her principal. Yes, sir. Great job, Allison. Thank you so much. And if we could also bring back our Wagner High School JROTC color guard, please come in and be recognized. You all did an outstanding job. Thank you, gentlemen. We have a few recognitions this evening. We have lots of busy students that had to run off to do some events, so we will bring some of them back next month to recognize them. But first, I would like to recognize our Judson ISD Fine Arts students who are all state students. And so from our Judson ISD choir, we have from Judson High School, Vivian Washington, soprano. Jakari Brown, tenor. Accompanying them this evening is Assistant Director Otoniel Rodriguez Aguilar, and not present is their Director, Elizabeth James. From Wagner High School, we have Claudia Alonso, alto. Gavin Tombe, baritone. Accompanying them this evening is the Wagner High School Choir Director, Antoinette Harris. From Veterans Memorial High School, Layla Mata, soprano. Director Stanley Moody could not be here, but I know he's very proud of her this evening. From Judson ISD Band, we have Wagner High School, Samuel Aliman, first chair tenor saxophone in the state. Accompanying him this evening is Band Director Raul Perez, Assistant Directors Raul Cisneros and Joseph Trevino. Also from our Judson ISD Orchestra, we have from Veterans Memorial High School, Zion Mish, string bass. He is not able to attend this evening, but I did want to announce his name and his orchestra director, Robert Sabo. And of course, with us is our Director of Fine Arts, Keith Witt. On Saturday, January 11th, talented student musicians from Judson ISD competed in the Texas Music Educators Association area auditions. Every fall, over 70,000 high school students across Texas begin the TMEA audition process in their regions. Students perform selected pieces for a panel of judges who rank each instrument or voice part. The top musicians advance to the TMEA area competition, where they compete against other regional musicians for a chance to be selected for the prestigious all-state music groups. Each of these students successfully earned their spot in the TMEA all-state choir, band, and orchestra groups. The students will perform and participate in the annual TMEA Clinic and Convention, where these musicians will showcase their skills. We are so proud and happy to recognize you all this evening. Thank you so much for your hard work. We look forward to their continued success. Thank you so much. Our next recognition is our JISD Community Connections Award. This award honors a community partner that significantly impacts the school community through their dedication, collaboration, and innovation. Tonight, we are honored to welcome Steve Maliff, Angelina Perez, and Ruby Rowan from the Maliff Realty, David Amaya from Gilman Subaru. For 4 years, Mr. Maliff and his team have loaded up a U-Haul and delivered thousands of coats to campuses across Judson ISD. The initiative started with one campus, but Mr. Maliff and his team recognized a need in our community and were determined to fill as much of that need as possible. Now they coordinate donations from Gilman Honda, Gilman Subaru, and Ramos and Del Cueto law firm to purchase almost 600 new coats per year for our students. Like many of our Community Connections recipients, they are not interested in being recognized for the work that they do in our school community. They only want to be recognized as a ray of hope for our students and their families. During these last cold days, we are so grateful to this group and their partners for providing our students with the gift of warmth. Thank you for your partnership and your generosity. Thank you so much. And our last recognition this evening is all about you. January is School Board Recognition Month, and Judson ISD is celebrating its trustees for their dedication and commitment to the district and its students. With the theme Leadership for Tomorrow's Texas, Judson ISD celebrations will spotlight the essential role school board members play in guiding the future of education. The month-long observance is an opportunity for members of our community to strengthen their understanding of the crucial roles school boards play in uplifting public education and representing our residents. Recognizing the efforts of our school board is so important because they volunteer their time to provide guidance and oversight, set goals, and serve as the bridge between the community and the classroom. The work they do is critical to the success of our students. We appreciate our board, who put in countless hours making hard decisions to ensure every one of our students have equitable opportunities to learn and grow, and that our staff are able to work in a place where they can thrive. On behalf of the Judson ISD family, we extend our appreciation to you. What you do, what you say, and how you represent the district has a tremendous impact on the lives of our students, staff, and community. Thank you for all that you do and your commitment to produce excellence in Judson ISD. Please help me recognize Suzanne Knoyer, Board President. Stephanie Faulkner, Vice President. Laura Stanford, Secretary. Deborah Eaton, Trustee. Jose A. Macias Jr., Trustee. Arnaldo Salinas, Trustee. And Monica Ryan, Trustee. And one with Dr. Fields, please.
Oh.
This concludes our recognitions for this evening.
The next item on our agenda is the public comment period. This is the time for citizens, staff, or students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that's open to the public under the Act is one that the public's entitled to attend. However, the Act does not give the public a right to speak at such public meetings except to address their grievances through the proper channels. As a courtesy to the public, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees allows time for public comment. Statements and questions from the audience will not be permitted during the other portions of the meeting, so you must sign up for public audience if you have comments to present. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to complete his or her comments. As the presiding officer, I will strictly enforce that time limit. Also, profanity, yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In accordance with Judson ISD Board Policy BED Local, in the event your comment, in my judgment as the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it will be necessary for me to interrupt you, ask you to stop, and direct you to seek resolution of your complaints through the district's appropriate formal grievance policy, DGBA for employee complaints, FNG for student or parent complaints, or GF for public complaints. By law, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees cannot discuss, deliberate, make comments, or make a decision on any matter raised in the public comment period, which is not specifically listed on the board agenda for this meeting. With those cautions in mind, we will now be glad to hear the general comments. Chance to get up my timer. All right. Our first speaker is Kira Help me with it, please. I want to make sure I get it right. McCurran?
Kyra McCarran.
McCarran. Okay,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you. Kyra McCarran. To discuss dyslexia title and stipend.
You know, you started off last time with the easier names. Now you got the
I
hard
did get
name
the
at
tough
the
ones. So
beginning.
please make sure you're speaking into the microphone so
I
that it's
sure will.
recorded. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, board, cabinet, parents, and community. My name is Kyra McCarran. I am a licensed dyslexia therapist and a certified academic language therapist here at Judson ISD. I'm currently in the position at Woodlake Hills Middle School. I go to Wagner High School. I come over and cover the JAC and DAEP students. The 33 colleagues and myself, again, are going to address, we cover the elementary, middle school, and high school campuses throughout the district. We would like to bring a few topics to your attention this evening. One, again, we address the implementation of the dyslexia stipend. Two, also, we would like you to take in consideration of a title positional change from a dyslexia therapist, or to a dyslexia therapist from a teacher, considering that we are highly qualified and professionals. The reason we are asking and presenting these topics to you is because we've researched multiple roles in the district. Similar to a special education teacher, we are required to provide a specially designed instructional methodology to our students in a small group setting that are identified with dyslexia. A special education teacher will do the same thing, and they receive the $2,300 stipend. Every Monday in the newsletter that we receive from Dr. Fields, the district is promoting those stipends, those retentions, incentives to stay with the district, and we are just asking for those retention incentives. We are required to implement the IEP of a student underneath IDA's laws, and we continue to have no supplement pay. Our second role also is similar to an educational diagnostician or a school psychologist. We're not a level C norm reference assessment tester, but we are a level B norm reference tester, meaning we do offer the test of dyslexia. We're analyzing, interpreting reports to help these students become successful that are in special ed, that we looked at the numbers, and they're falling under. They receive a $2,000 stipend, an educational diagnostician. The third role, a speech therapist. They receive a $2,000 stipend. They're highly trained, they have a master's degree, and certified in their profession. We have taken 2 years to research and internalize every single one of our lessons to implement to our students. Talk about the science of reading. Our program is based off the science of reading, and we're just asking for you to take in consideration of what we've worked so diligently hard to provide our students here at Judson.
And I'm sorry, that is the 3 minutes.
Yes, perfect timing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Felicia Castaneda.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Felicia Castaneda, and I am a certified academic language therapist in training at Masters Elementary. We would like to compare the credentials, pay scales, and stipends of the speech therapist, speech language therapist, and dyslexia therapist. Although we are both highly qualified and certified in our craft, SLPs are required the following: 35 observation hours, 120 intern hours, and a master's degree, while being paid on a 507 pay scale. Dyslexia therapists are required the following: 700 clinical hours, all while providing intervention as therapists in training, 2 years of research-based learning and training, a master's degree within 5 years of completing your training program, all while being paid on a teacher pay scale. Both professional positions share the same contract length of 187 days. Finally, I'm going to wait for that question. I will go ahead and end that and pass it on to my colleague.
Thank you. Next is Christina Kastner.
Hi, good evening. I'm Christina Kastner. I'm also a certified academic language therapist and a licensed dyslexia therapist through the state. To recap, a day in the life of a dyslexia therapist. We do small group instruction for our specially designed instruction. We write IEP goals and PLAFs for the ARD scheduled for the next week. We attend ARD meetings for students needing dyslexia services. We complete 9 weeks progress reports every single 9 weeks in the eSped system for students we service, collecting progress data weekly or biweekly on students to see their growth or regression, but most of the time it's growth, continually collaborating with staff members. In addition, per the Dyslexia Handbook, participating in the multidisciplinary team by administering dyslexia evaluations and writing the dyslexia assessment reports. Also, parents often choose Judson ISD because of our program. Many states are still way behind dyslexia laws and knowledge. Parents have to often do their own research and seek outside help to support their own children. It is a blessing we are able to provide specialized therapy levels reading support here in Judson. Remember, we are the pioneer district for dyslexia therapists. No other district requires their dyslexia teachers to become therapists and at that level. We have been the leading district in dyslexia intervention for 18 years without a stipend. Surrounding districts provide a dyslexia stipend. The stipend will help therapist retention, but it will also help with recruitment. We are not a teacher, we are therapists. We are highly qualified and specialized in our craft. We ask you to take consideration the fairness and equity of our positions at Judson ISD. I'm going to leave you with this. In the Judson ISD compensation plan, it states that experience is credited for teachers, counselors, librarians, according to the commissioner's rules on creditable services. Although we hold teacher certifications, our experience, training, and credentials as certified academic language therapists surpass that of a teacher. Therefore, we propose that the hiring schedule reflect the title respectfully: teachers, counselors, librarians, registered nurses, and dyslexia therapists. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. And I agree, our dyslexia program's amazing.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christopher Garza.
Good evening. Now let me read you this headline. It says, "Mother troubled after boys violently attack son at San Antonio High School." Now, if you read this article, you will find that this happened at Veterans Memorial, and apparently the victim had earlier in the day reported threats of assault and apparently got his face thrown in a urinal and cut his face bad enough that it required stitches. Now, this incident is not uncommon in JISD, and when it is reported, from what I'm gathering through parents on social media, is bullying tends to be met with an underwhelming sense of urgency. It's easy for me to say that. While looking at this board, I'm not entirely surprised. Now, I could perhaps have forwarded my article to my district rep, but as I have stated many times before, that is a lot of the problem. This leads her to actively blocking members and others who don't agree with her city politics. Now, every time I speak out about these in times past, there's been random Facebook groups or things coming out like the Karens of Kirby or the Kirby Watchdog or Kirby Peoples that speaks out and happens to oddly coincide with the direct political views of this board member. The bullying plays on against adults who want to actively instill great change, only to be met with bullying videos, bullying content that generates from this board member's social media. But the bullying in schools is just a reflection of the top. Unfortunately, she's not the only problem that I've encountered on this board. I've actively seen her misinform many others to follow suit, and it has infected some of you up here who try to hide their own skeletons which have made the news. Now, those of you up there that took it upon yourselves to ban me from JISD properties with very specific language that I'm pretty sure only affects me, have only taken away the good I was doing with the donations and the fighting for those parents and children in my community. You banned me from schools that I worked hard to help and went to bat for. As a matter of fact, when I met the superintendent when he was trying to get the position, there was no fear of anything, of which was portrayed to sully my name during elections and kick me out of my alma mater. I am a former Kirby councilman. I am a Judson graduate, a college graduate, and someone who fights against bullies, and that's why I'm here. Change it from the top and stop being bullies yourselves. When you and your chair wouldn't like me bringing up how some of you paid family members to create websites or throwing down judgment on you while you had active DUI cases to bury. Now, you don't have to like me, but you do have to represent me. And whether you like it or not, you will deal with me because I will stand up to you. I'm talking to the bullies up there, and it's not all of you, but no, it is the majority of you. I'll see you at my level 3 hearing on the 30th to address all this in greater detail. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kevin Jenkins.
Good evening, members of the Judson ISD Board. I would like to address a very serious problem within the process of reporting bullying. See, when you report a bully, from my experience, one of two things happen. Either one, the bully is punished and comes right back to school more motivated, or two, an adult will talk to the bully and send them back to class, basically informing them that you snitched on them. And after that, there is nothing put in place to protect the victims. And I believe that this is the main reason bullying victims do not get the help they need. See, us students are expected to tell an adult when an incident occurs, but when we do, it leads to more harm than good. As a student who was assaulted, I went to administration multiple times in fear of a situation occurring, and I can tell you that nothing was done to protect my safety nor to prevent the assault from taking place. The student was simply talked to and sent back to class, which exposes the problem of safety when reporting bullying. I believe if this problem was to be fixed, that it would significantly reduce the amount of bullying in the entire district and ensure that our students get the help and protection we deserve. Before I go, I would like to praise one of the directors of technology for being so helpful in the situation that occurred after the in-person bullying transitioned into cyberbullying and showed that he truly does care. I want him to know that I appreciate him so much and believe we need more people like him in the district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Laura Wickwire.
At the last board meeting, I spoke for the first time publicly about some of the bullying and cyberbullying that my son experienced his freshman year at Wagner High School. This time, I would like to spend my 3 minutes talking about some of the things that Judson actually is doing right when it comes to bullying, instead of spending my whole time talking once again about the district's lack of anti-bullying committees in each school that are required by law and the need for transparency with parents when it comes to bullying investigations. First, I would like to talk about Judson's technology department. One of the directors of technology and the assistant superintendent of support services have definitely become heroic figures to my son and I. They stand up for what they believe in because it is the right thing to do, which unfortunately is a rare breed in this district. After seeing so much evidence come across their desks, these members of Judson's technology team began to personally advocate for the superintendent on my son and other students' behalf. One of the things they advocated for was to override the Judson's chief of police, who wanted to end the Judson district's involvement, despite the fact that my son's ongoing cyberbullying appears to still be coming from either current or former Wagner students and is mimicking the behavior of some of the school shooters who made national headlines this year. It was also this duo who first reached out to the FBI when Judson police did not. They have been able to get my son's cyberbullying investigation escalated within the Bureau, which means to me that the FBI also see alarming signs that administration and Judson police managed to ignore. The next person I would like to praise for their efforts against bullying in Judson ISD ironically shares the same last name with the director of technology. I would like to publicly thank the superintendent for really listening to the concerns of the director of Judson's technology department and acting accordingly in protecting the integrity of this investigation by allowing the Judson police chief to be overridden in her desire to keep things under wraps. In my request to ensure that all Judson schools get anti-bullying committees they are required by David's law to have, I properly set up, I met with someone from Judson's Department of Student and Family Services to understand where the disconnect lies. He shared with me that Judson's superintendent recently took it upon himself to set up a panel of randomly chosen students from randomly chosen schools in the district to meet with and discuss their views of why bullying is a problem in this district. I was told most of the complaints of these students lay with the school counselors, which from my experience in this region, I can definitely understand. After all, according to the district office, head school counselors are the ones who are held responsible for each school's anti-bullying committee. I was extremely impressed when I was told that the superintendent had taken it upon himself to set this up on his own initiative. It shows me that he really does care, recognizes that there is a problem, and is searching diligently for solutions. I commend this and hope that every superintendent displays this level of concern for the students in their charge. Thank you guys all for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patrick Miller, and I'm very curious about your topic. What are we doing about ELOF employees trying to break gravity?
We love Wicked, right? All right, at the start, my name is Patrick Miller. Thank you, board, for being here. At the start of every year, we are forced to do a vector training on student/youth suicide. In this module, it is pointed out that the LGBTQ population has the highest suicide rate of any other. This is a global, national, state, city, and school district health crisis. I'm the son of a physician. Medicine, altruism, and do no harm has shaped me. In my father's practice, he was able to observe circulation in the feet and practice preventive medicine in diseases such as diabetes. I may not be a physician or have a degree in public health or even social work, but I always have a vision. I'm Patrick Miller. I'm a music teacher who is trained to sing, say, dance, and play, who also writes, loves/cares about others tremendously. I'm an expert on being gay or even being mistreated for being gay in Texas. I'm a teacher who understands that using education as a preventative tool in our students' mental health will only help with these looming statistics. In my second year of teaching in Capel, Texas, I developed a training called LGBTQ Issues Within Education. I led this training at my campus and was paid to lead the training at their social emotional conference. I've been at Judson, this is my third year at Judson ISD. I've offered to deliver my training to teachers for free and has been met with walls and barriers. I asked my principal about doing the training, and it took months to get back to me. I was finally told I would have a Zoom meeting with two members from administration building, Ms. Garcia and Dr. Johnson. A Zoom meeting was set up, and neither showed up to the meeting. I was rescheduled and was finally able to speak with Dr. Johnson about my training. I was feeling good as we were able to set a date, and a date and time to lead the training. However, a colleague of mine was trying to sign up for the training, and she told me that there was nothing offered at the date that I was given. I contacted Dr. Johnson, and I received an email saying that they changed the date of my training without me, the presenter, knowing. This was a week before the training. It was scheduled the same day that I was performing with students for Black History Month. Through gritted teeth and a smile, I adjusted accordingly. I did the training with Dr. Paula Johnson in attendance, and it went very well. It was the most attended training in the series. I was told that we were going to offer it again. I've sent many follow-up emails about when and still have had no answer. I've asked my principal if he can meet me during my planning or after school for me to show him my training and bridge some understanding between one another, and my email has been ignored. I'm not a principal, but if a colleague of mine was asking to share about my culture, I sure as hell would take the time. Last year, a colleague who I love and respect thought she was making the best decision at the time and outed me to students. I personally saw this as an unsafe situation. This perpetuates the need of training teachers on LGBTQ issues, ideas, and inclusion. I grew up and went to school just down the road from here in SUC ISD. The last time I spoke at a board meeting, I was in high school. I see and feel the need for this training. It breaks my heart and angers me that we've been playing a cat and mouse game when I could be a vessel to help with an issue that is so much bigger than us.
I'm so sorry, but that is 3 minutes. Thank you for sharing.
I have written a children's book, and I was going to start to read it, but I thought I had 4 minutes. But I'm just going to leave this with y'all. Y'all can peruse this. It has my training in it. It has the notes of all the words I wanted to say. You can pass it, and at the end, you can give it to a school who needs. You can donate it to a library at one of our schools.
Thank you. Next is Elizabeth Parker talking about repurposing Coronado Village.
I'm Elizabeth Parker, and I think many of you may know
that Coronado Village Elementary will be closed. The vote came in December. I realized when we moved into the repurposing phase for the elementary school that it was an absolutely monumental effort. We had some wonderful presentations on January 13th at Coronado Village Elementary. So my questions are really concerning what's going to go on in the next months. And so basically that's all I have are questions. When does the board expect that recommendations for repurposing Coronado Village will be given to them? What will, in other words, when will the cost associated with repurposing, whether it's busing, renovations, or whatever the district is going to need in this monumental effort, when will those costs also be available? And then when will the final decisions be made on repurposing Coronado Village Elementary School? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And then we have Mr. Bernard Rubel, also talking about boundaries for Judson ISD.
Members of the school board, thank you very much for this moment in time. You've hit on a key problem here at many levels. Judson is a very, very big and complex district. It has many issues to resolve, and one of them should be perhaps zero tolerance in the school and in the school system. Zero tolerance for the parents, zero tolerance for the students, zero tolerance for the faculty. Another issue is that we're so big, we stop focusing on the community needs. So essentially, we take students, we move them here, they're outside of a community. So not having the students within the community that you serve essentially means that you're fighting for solutions that are among different areas for one community, underserving that community. So basically, some of the things that we face in Universal City is that we're split between two school districts, both districts that have been serving us very, very well until we began to lose our elementary schools. Coronado Village is 1.2 miles from the geometric center of Universal City. And in our two school system package within Universal City, we're moving students further away from that geometric center. I asked for consideration for meeting with the superintendent to perhaps consider realignment for Universal City, to talk with our brothers and partners in the Schertz-Cibolo Universal City District to perhaps capture the students within that locality for Judson. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report, number 4A, Stetson Audit Report. Dr. Fields?
Yes, ma'am. One of the audits that the board was interested in was the Stetson audit, which focuses on our special ed department. So tonight I'd ask that the Stetson representative come up and brief, and Ms. Armstead to give input on it as well. So, Ms. Armstead.
Good evening, everyone. Madam President, Dr. Fields, esteemed board and cabinet members. Back in the fall of 2024, the board did recommend and approve a staffing study be conducted. And that staffing study was to explore the question of whether or not the special education department within the district, whether or not that the department is sufficiently staffed. So the study was conducted by Stetson and Associates, in particular, Dr. Cynthia Short. Dr. Short is here tonight to present her findings to the board. Dr. Short?
Well, good evening. Hi, Dr. Fields again. Hadn't seen you for a while. And members of the board, thank you all for letting me have a little bit of time this evening just to share findings and recommendations coming from the report. Dr. Armstead and I have spent many, many hours on the phone talking back and forth. And when we get to questions and answers, I'm going to ask her, she'll come up, because if there are questions from the district's perspective, I certainly want her to be able to, she's the expert in those fields, in that area. So I think you have a copy of this, but as you know, the purpose of this report was really for us to, as a firm, to look at whether the district was making optimal use of the resources that they have, teachers and paraprofessionals and other staff members, so that we are ensuring that you're providing those great services for our students with disabilities. So when we do a staffing study with our firm, and we've been, Dr. Stetson has been around with Stetson Associates for almost 40 years now, and so her lens has always been sufficiency, efficiency, effectiveness, and appropriateness. So we look at sufficiency as to whether, do you have enough staff? That's just a number. Do you have enough special education teachers, paraprofessionals, diagnosticians, school psychologists, and so forth? And we do a comparison study, and I'll talk to you a little bit about the methodology in just a minute. Then we want to look at the lens of efficiency, and that's where we look at, do we have systems in place? Are we organized well? Are we scheduling students correctly? Do we have good communication systems between, from the department to the campuses and to the district? And that we're looking at what we call a non-categorical approach to scheduling staff. And I'll get into that a little bit more in just a minute. So that's sufficiency and efficiency. And then we look at effectiveness. And so effectiveness really is, are we providing those appropriate services? Are our students in special education succeeding? Are they moving forward? Are we providing that FAPE for our students, and are they growing? As we were talking about our STAR scores, are we seeing some growth for our students? And then lastly is appropriateness, and that's where we look at, do teachers have the resources they need? Do they have the training that they need? Do the paraprofessionals, do all the teachers and staff that provide services for students with disability have that training, have those resources, and do they have the time to collaborate together, general ed teachers and special education teachers? So that's the kind of the lens by which we look at our staffing studies. So our methodology was really, we wanted to get as much information as we possibly could, and from various stakeholders and various voices and various groups of folks. And I looked at a lot of data that Dr. Armstead provided, and so I did a comparable district study. That was one of the first things that we do. I look at Texas information, I look at Region 20 information, and then the district identified 7 comparable districts in size and kind of makeup of the schools. And I looked at things like staffing, we looked at STAR scores, I looked at salaries, compliance indicators, graduation rates, dropout rates. You saw some of that information we pulled from the TAPR reports and also from our resource RDA, results-driven accountability reports. So I did a comparable district study. We did a survey of the instructional staff, getting an opportunity to get their voice of all of our teachers, paraprofessionals, anybody that's kind of that curriculum and instruction component. We sent that survey out. I think it had 10, 12 questions, plus an opportunity for them to have some open-ended responses. I did a day here in the district, key staff interviews, and met with some of the folks over at the central office, and just kind of got this sense on what was going on from a staffing perspective. I did focus groups with principals, with evaluation staff, speech pathologists, related services personnel, and special education administration. We used to do focus groups with teachers, but it's just gotten to be such a challenge to get teachers out of the classroom, which is one reason we really like to do that survey, so we can hear their voices as well. And lastly, we did some classroom observations. We were on 9 of the campuses throughout the district over a period of 2 or 3 days. We visited 59 classrooms. Any place students in special education were receiving services, whether it was in a gen ed classroom, in a co-teach setting, or one of your programs like your BAC or your Apple or your ECSC. We tried to get into as many of those as we possibly could. We have a learning walk. It's a structured learning walk observation tool. So we enter the data and we start kind of disaggregating that to come up with our responses and our results from those walkthroughs. I do want to acknowledge there's some unique factors, and I heard one of them spoken about a little bit earlier when you were doing your TAPR report, but we have seen, as many districts in the state of Texas, a significant increase in the number of students receiving special education services. I think it was 4,200 was what I saw. Dr. Armstead told me it was probably closer to 4,500 right now, because that data is a little bit older. But that number is continuing to grow, and we have seen this is a trend across the states, or across Texas, and one of the reasons, and we'll talk about that a little bit more later, but the whole dyslexia issue has certainly impacted the number of students receiving special education services in your district and others. You all are also close to several military installations. One's near and dear to my heart. My husband was stationed at Randolph for 4 years, so I was a neighbor, not too long, it's been a while, but know the area well for that. And with that comes a lot of mobility and students moving in and out, and that's just part of being in the military. I can speak to that personally. It's also, and I worked in Schertz-Cibolo when I was here before, living in the area. We saw a lot of kids that really had medical involvement and high needs because of the medical facilities in the San Antonio area. So a blessing for those things, but those are certainly impactful to the district. I do want to just acknowledge and recognize that from a systems perspective, we've seen across the United States and Texas that the growth in general has slowed in public schools, but the growth in special education has not. It has increased. So that's causing some issues that we didn't have in the past. And we also need to just recognize and name it, there's a teacher shortage, whether it's a special education teacher shortage or gen ed teacher shortage. We are having challenges in hiring school psychologists, speech pathologists, educational diagnosticians, related services staff. It's just a tough time right now in Texas, and we have to acknowledge that when we start looking at staffings. So let me kind of walk you through the findings for each of those 4 components that we looked at, and then I'll just give you my general overall recommendations and then open it up for questions. So when I looked at numbers, again, remember, sufficiency is about, do you have adequate number of special education staff? When I looked at what across the districts, the comparable districts, and looked at your staffing ratios, that tells me that your district is sufficiently staffed. That's not what I hear from principals and teachers, but when I look solely at numbers, there is a sufficiency. For example, the percentage of special education teachers in Texas is right about 9.7%, and Judson employs 15.8%, so a significantly higher percentage of special education students. We're going to talk a little bit about the numbers are also higher. The percentage of students are higher in the district as well in special education. So Judson's higher than the state and all the comparable districts that I looked at. So that's why we can draw that conclusion that you have sufficient amount of staff. I will say that the department is very well organized. I got to meet with almost everybody in the department. Good communication, good structures and systems that are in place. The overwhelming response that I was hearing, comments were the special ed staff is out there, they're visible, they're easily accessible. They spoke very highly of your executive director and her team. Everybody was well regarded. And I have to just kind of, as a point of comparison, I was here 4 years ago and did a staffing study, and that's not what I was hearing 4 years ago. So that is just huge from what I understand from where I was here 4 years ago and what I'm hearing now, because that's just critical to support our schools, to have those special education folks out there and available. I do want to talk a little bit about enough appraisal staff, diagnosticians and school psychologists, speech language pathologists. That is rare to be able to say that, but I also heard that you have, and I don't know whether this is still true or not, but back in the fall, everything was staffed. Every position that you all had given the department was fully staffed. understand that a good number of the speech pathologists are contract people, but every seat was filled. And you know, I put on that second bullet, and I heard a lot of conversation about this earlier during the, talking about the TAPR report, but I really believe that that pay structure, the things that you all have put in place, has very much contributed to being able to retain and recruit and compensate a group of people that are really in a shortage right now. I know you've put some stipends in place for special education teachers and staff, increased, I think, salaries for paraprofessionals, hourly rate in some of those self-contained settings. So it's paid off because you've got the people there to do the work that, the hard work that needs to be done. So I have to admire that with the district. So let's get into the efficiency.
Ma'am, if we had questions about the sufficiency section specifically, should we ask those now before we move on to efficiency, or are we going to wait? Well, how is it best to handle?
Madam President or Dr. Fields?
I would like, if we could go through the whole presentation, and then that way we get it all out.
Okay,
And if we
yeah.
stop
We've
too
been waiting
much-
on this audit for a year, so I'm very
So-
excited. I put SPED on the agenda more than anybody else on
Yes,
this
ma'am.
board, so yes, I am very excited for your presentation. So,
When some
but
of the
I'll
things
hold my
are-
questions till the end.
Some
Thank
things are
you.
kind of interrelated, so it might be better just to go through all of them. and-
Yeah, I have a few that like, I
Yeah,
am
they do.
overlapping a few
They do.
different sections, so,
Okay.
thank you.
You're quite welcome. So I said earlier that we looked at the percentage of students that have disabilities in the district. And, you know, the numbers last year were compared to the state and to the region and all the districts that I compared you all to. The percentages are higher. You all are running at about 15.5%, while the state average is around 12%, and the region average is 14%. So that's just something to know. You have a higher percentage of students with disabilities in this district, comparably speaking. And I know there's reasons for that, and we'll kind of get into some of those. But specifically, you have a higher percentage of kids that have emotional disturbance and learning disabilities. And so just something to know, and when we get to recommendations, we'll talk about that a little bit more. The learning disabilities is not surprising because the whole dyslexia world in the state of Texas has really impacted. Those kids are qualifying as having learning disabilities. And there's a lot of reasons, and I know emotional disturbance has now been changed to emotional disabilities, but when the records or the RDA still calls it disability or disturbances. So just being aware that that's a higher percentage of students in those two categories, which could impact your staffing. And the need, particularly kids that have emotional disturbance that are in some of those behavioral classes that require that smaller class size setting. So when I looked at how the district goes about making some decisions about hiring staff, my understanding was it kind of starts with a ratio. We look at some of those programs, and there are kind of accepted guidelines. In an Apple class might be 5 students with a teacher and a para, or 2 paras. And then they dig a little bit deeper and look at the individual needs in that classroom, because 5 kids with autism looks different. Every 5 kids look different. So the numbers are not, I always said, you know, 1 is not 1 in special education. You know, it just really depends on what the needs are. You know, whether it's self-care or it's behavior or any number of things that we know our kids that receive special education services need. And so we can't just look solely at numbers. And when Dr. Armstead and I talked, we talk about a non-categorical approach to staffing as our recommendation so that we're efficient with our staff. And what that means is, rather than saying, you're the Apple teacher, you're the back teacher, you're the resource teacher, that's categorical. And then it's very difficult because now we're trying to fit students into those categories rather than saying, there's 3 special education teachers on this campus, and what are the needs of our kids? Let's determine the needs of our kids and put the adults there, rather than put the adults in place and then try to fit the kids there. And in our conversation, I know that is a practice that the district is embracing and moving forward with. There's a lot of logistics and things behind the scenes that go in along with that. But from a philosophical standpoint, if you look at that non-categorical approach, you can be a lot more efficient with the staff that you have. That second bullet was that decision-making process, just really making sure we're determining services for students based on their needs, not on a label, not on a disability. I have a learning disability, so I go to resource, or I have a behavior disability, so I go to back. But really, what are their individual needs? Or is the other issue, I think part of the other issue here was, well, on this campus, we have resource, so that's where we're going to put them. And what if that's not what that student needs? So really digging deeper into what that individual student-centered decision-making process looks like. I mentioned that continuum of services that we have is a requirement under the federal law, under IDEA, from gen ed, strong, good, tier 1 instruction, through to in-class support, to removing kids from the gen ed setting, which is specialized support. And one of the things that we found, and I found when I was here, is there's a strong reliance on resource programs. A lot of kids receiving services in that resource setting and in those self-contained early childhood special education classrooms. I think one early childhood classroom had 19 kids in it. And I taught early childhood many, many, many years ago. I can't imagine 19 kids, little 3, 4, and 5-year-olds in a class at the same time. So that was concerning. So there is a heavy reliance on that. The resource classrooms that I observed personally, I saw some that were stacked. And when I say that, it might be an English teacher, but they might be teaching English 1 and 2 and 3. So the same content area, but 3 different courses. That was more of a secondary issue than it was an elementary issue, but certainly is concerning with that teacher having to provide instruction in different courses for a small group of kids. Another finding had to do out of Child Find, and this came up from a lot of the comments in focus groups, in that it seems like, this is kind of an perception, that all the kids that are coming out of your Child Find come out as SI, speech impaired, regardless of, there might be some other things going on, and that they tended to go straight into a self-contained early childhood special education program. So maybe not looking at that full continuum of supports. I do know that again, in conversations, there's been a move to move some of those self-contained early childhood special education teachers into more of a co-teach inclusive model, and that's happened in a few cases, and I think there's some plans for that moving forward. I think that's important to continue that work, because when you look at the data from LRE, least restrictive environment data, that's one area the district's not meeting LRE in, and that's early childhood separate settings, which means too many kids in that that age group are in self-contained settings. So something to be mindful of. So we certainly want to continue that work that you all are doing there. And so the last one was about expenditures and percentages and total expenditures. I looked at money, that the district gets. I'm not a finance person, but one of the things it told me that the percentage of expenditures is higher, is greater than like the state, and also the money that's spent on students with disabilities. So that's something to really, maybe finance department dig deep into and look at the efficiencies within your dollars that are being spent. So let's move to effectiveness. And this is where you already heard all this earlier today about STAR scores and knowing there are gaps with kids that receive special education services. And so when you look at the results-driven accountability, certainly the kids in grades 3 through 8 are not meeting the minimum state standards, and outcomes are not as strong as we want them to be. And you all know that. There was a deep conversation about that earlier. EOC passing rates, I think it was biology, no, it was U.S. history. You made it in U.S. history, but the other 3, biology was close. And again, these are the last year's scores, so that may not be the same that you have, Dr. Topin. But we know that STAR scores, it's not the only indication, but it's a big indicator. It's one that we can compare. So we need to be mindful of that. And graduation, right? You already talked about that earlier today, so I won't spend a whole lot of time in that. But I did get some information from the district, and those STAR scores, the passing rates are improving, and you all heard that in depth. So when we talk about effectiveness, that's critical to what we want to see is good outcomes for our kids that are in special education. And when I went into classrooms and I talk about that second bullet, the lack of strong collaborative teaching approaches, when you're taking the time and energy and money to put 2 certified teachers in a classroom in a co-teaching setting, you want them to be effective, and you want them to be as impactful as you possibly can. And one of the things that we saw in our observations was only about 16% of the classrooms that we went into where there was a teacher, 2 teachers, was the special education teacher really involved in participating in presenting the lesson. They really were more of a, we call it one teach, one assist. There's nothing wrong with one teach, one assist, but if that's the only way you provide services, then that's an efficiency, and it also becomes an effectiveness for our students. So I think it just highlights the need for continued instructional, improvement, and sounds like the district has a lot of things going on to address that, and that's a real positive. So lastly, appropriateness. This is all about, again, talked about training. I talked about training, resources, collaborative time together, and certainly the survey was interesting because 60% of the people in the survey said, oh, we have plenty of training. But the comments that I got throughout the focus groups were, we need more training, we need more training. So I think it's going to have to be a balance of what's the training, what kind of training, and who's getting trained. And a lot of it was on, let's really focus on that need for more collaboration time and training in those co-teaching or collaborative teaching opportunities. Let's be more effective. If we're going to put 2 teachers in a classroom, let's make sure they are as effective as they possibly can be. So very brief, very quick overview of the findings. And let me just kind of share, I know you all have these and have read through them, but I just want to touch on it briefly and then open up for questions. But the first 2 are really continuing the efforts that the special education department has put in place, using that non-categorical approach, refining those practices of using a student-centered scheduling process in all of your schools. One of the things that I heard about the schedule, and we are very big proponents in our firm, is when you start building a master schedule, you need to treat special education as a singleton, and let's look at that as a whole and then build your master schedule around it, because I will tell you, if you build a master schedule and try to plug in special ed, you'll never have enough staff. So that is just key to being really efficient in how you utilize that as a system and maximize those resources that you do have. I think it's important, that third one is that continuum of services, just that truly understanding that we need to build what our students need instead of we have this, this, and this. Let's build programs and supports and services based on the needs of our kids. I mentioned improving practices for evaluating students with disabilities, especially those that are emotionally disturbed and learning disabled. Those are 2, I think, I'm a former diagnostician from many years ago. They're pretty subjective, but let's calibrate. Let's get our teams together and talk about, if you call the student learning disabled, would you have called the student learning disabled, and why or why not? So I think there's some things that you can do to really make sure we're identifying and being accurately representative of the kids that we are putting that label on. You all talked about this a little bit earlier on the TAPR report, but continue your efforts on RTI and MTSS, providing those interventions for students. What happens when you don't have strong RTI and MTSS systems? Kids get referred to special education because they feel like that's the only option. That's another reason school districts have large number of kids in special education, because they don't have strong interventions at maybe Tier 2 and Tier 3 levels. So just making sure that there's consensus and understanding district-wide on those processes. Talking about ensuring service providers, teachers, and paraprofessionals understand how to work with your high-needs kids, kids with autism, those significant behavior, because well-trained, highly trained teachers that work with that population, if they don't have the training and support and tools they need, they may think, well, I just need more staff to address that issue instead of just maybe some more training. So something to keep in mind there. I mentioned this one too, increasing the effectiveness in class support. So it's a collaborative teaching. If we're going to have 2 teachers in there, let's make sure they're really well trained. And the last one is really making sure our special education teachers have those targeted instructional strategies. So many times, and I've been a special ed director for many, many years, and I saw it and I was guilty of it, but we pull our special ed teachers and we teach them how to write goals and objectives and do IEPs, and those are important things. Those are compliance, things that we must do. But they also got to have the strategies and how to scaffold and provide those accommodations, appropriate accommodations. So we ask a lot of our special education teachers, and so they've got to have that compliance, but they also need that instructional component so that we can close those gaps between our kids that have disabilities and those that do not have disabilities. So again, continuing to connect those best practices for our students with disabilities. We talk about multi-level instruction, where we're not asking the teacher to teach 4 different lessons, but we're asking them to develop a great activity-based instructional activity that maybe has different outcomes for different students. Maybe different outcomes, it's going to be a different outcome. We have diverse learners in our classroom, so it could be you have kids that are emergent bilingual. It could be kids that have a disability. It could be that gifted and talented that's sitting in your classroom. So how can you design and develop those really great lessons? And these are all flexible grouping. I heard you talk about small group instruction quite a bit. Good quality Tier 1 differentiated instruction. That's just kind of the backbone of what all of our students need, not just kids that receive special education services. And perhaps we can get a little bit more creative. We build our schedules. We can have time for our gen ed teachers and special ed teachers that are working together to have some planning time. Because again, if you're going to put 2 teachers in there, they've got to have time to plan, or it turns into a one teach, one assist type of a setting. So that was very quick. And so I want to open it up for questions.
I have a couple.
Sure.
So I made some bullet points to kind of summarize all this report data, which is a lot of data, but I see that we have extremely competitive pay.
Yes.
And that's not, I will make a note that the SLPs are not in that category of higher pay. I will make a note of that. But overall, we have higher, quite a bit higher in some areas, and yet our teacher turnover rate is also higher. So there's a disconnect there. I'd be interested in learning what's going on there that's bringing the teachers in, but not keeping them in. And we have a higher appraisal staff and SLP to student. That ratio is higher, that's good. I didn't see a teacher/para to student. Are we?
We don't, I can't get that data off the TA website.
Okay, because there's so many varied, okay. We have higher revenue per student, and I'm not sure why. Is that partly because of our higher salaries?
The revenue, I would say, Dr. Fields, probably more because if you're economically disadvantaged, your poverty, that's the money that the state's bringing to you, correct?
Correct. I think that we have to keep in mind that all students, like you said, every one is not at a 1.
Correct.
So it's really based on the what's identified in the ARDS and in the IEP in terms of the services. Matter of fact, one of the things that in the 89th legislature is that they're trying to go for intensity of special ed and not just for the category of special ed, because some students require a lot more in terms of services than others by their identification.
Yeah, trying to fund based on needs, not that LRE code.
Correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but we also have higher expenditures. So
Yes, ma'am.
I'm wondering why that is.
And that may be salaries, because everything that's spent in the world of special education, there's a program
That does include
identification code.
salaries.
That would include, and it would be salaries, it would be materials, it would be your test kits, protocols.
So we have higher salaries, so that would explain
That's right.
some of why we have higher expenditures. With all this, we have more SPED students than any other district, and our students are not meeting minimum performance. So it's like there's a disconnect somewhere, but I can't help but wonder if one reason we have higher SPED numbers, maybe partly because our district is attracting them, but also something in your report indicated that if we accept referrals without sufficient data, along with a lack of tiered interventions, that will increase the special education numbers, and we could be increasing our numbers unnecessarily just in our intake methods, to where some of these kids could go into the general education setting, and I see that as a disconnect on our end. We might be, by our own lack of assessment or needs we have to do better on the intake, increasing our numbers of students unnecessarily. Is that possible?
Yeah, and that's what I think I saw, and I think I referenced in there's a large number of parent referrals, and parents certainly have the right to refer, but let's look at the data and make some decisions based on data. The same thing if they're coming out of your schools and you're going through your RTIs or your student support teams and looking at the needs of kids. What are the interventions? Are we progress monitoring? Are we doing a universal screener and looking at what's going on from an intervention standpoint? Sounds like there's a lot of that going on before we start jumping into a decision about referring kids for special education.
So do you feel we have maybe room to grow there?
I think so. I think there's a lot of great work going on, but I think that's almost every district I do staffing studies, I think that's a huge issue, an area of growth. And I would just say, since the TEA has kind of changed all of our thinking. If you remember the newspaper article that came out a number of years ago about the CAP and not, underserving kids, and it's kind of opened up almost a fear. And I heard a professor talk about we refer and we evaluate out of fear instead of based on data, and we really need to get back and focus on the data that we have and make those informed decisions before we make that decision to.
Do you have recommendations in those areas?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Some of that's about the evaluation processes. It's about the MTSS RTI.
I'd be interested for the board to, not right this minute, but for the board to hear those things, because we could reduce our own numbers if we're doing something more efficient on the intake.
Right.
Okay.
And you kind of hit the nail on the head, that you have the numbers, but you can be more efficient. Can you be more efficient? And I think that's what's really digging deep into your practices and some of your processes, and with some more efficiencies, it may not have this sense of we're really understaffed. It's like, well, number-wise, you're really not, but are we being really efficient?
Dr. Short, I just want a point of clarification. It's me. Right here.
Sorry.
Hi.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all right. Ms. Stanford, I think you said we have the highest number of special education students out of all districts. That's not the case. This is there's just a comparable group of
Just out of these
districts
7
here.
districts, yes.
Yes, ma'am, you did, and it freaked me out just a little bit, so I want to say, in public, that is not the case.
I'm
It's
sorry,
no,
I
ma'am.
meant that we're in the report.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And it's a
ma'am.
percentage.
Thank you.
It's also a
Yes, ma'am.
percentage, yeah. Clarify that.
Yes, thank you.
Are you?
Yes, next.
I know that I'm sorry, I know Mr. Macias had something quickly, and so did Ms. Eaton, and then we'll come to you. Did you want to say something, Dr. Toppin?
I just kind of want to touch a little bit on, and we've had many conversations about this,
Make sure your mic's on, ma'am.
multi-tiered systems of support. And what we're trying to do is the preponderance of evidence that leads to a referral for a student to be assessed. And the way you gather that preponderance of evidence has to come through either RTI, response to interventions that you're putting into place, or multi-tiered systems of support. And walking the kids through those levels and making sure if it's not working out in tier 1, what are we going to do about tier 2? What are we going to do about tier 3, instead of automatically making a decision that there is a learning disability going on, or the kid is emotionally disturbed, or a kid is learning, has a learning disability, when we have not exhausted the system of supports that we can put into place when we're talking about children.
All right, Mr. Macias?
Yes. Obviously, the board went forward with asking for this audit because we'd been hearing a lot from our faculty, staff about concerns, and there's not a perfect system. So it's a very special ed, very difficult area. So in saying that, my first question is, we obviously have a TEA status with our special ed department. Will these recommendations change the course of that status? That's clearly what I'd like to know from your input.
Well, I would certainly hope so. Again, continuing the work that you're doing in the MTSS RTI, and I think giving the special education teachers and staff really the tools that they need to provide that specially designed instruction that's individualized for our students' needs and really targeting down to what their needs are. I think one of the things, this is just what I have seen over my years as a special educator, when we move to inclusive practices, which is the right thing to do, which is what the law tells us to do, I think we lost some of that specially designed instruction. And that's why I think it's critical to make sure those special education teachers or the para that's in that classroom under the supervision of a special education teacher really knows how to provide the individualized accommodations and scaffolds for students. So many times when I go in classrooms, I don't see anything different for kids that are in special education that are sitting in that gen ed setting. So I question whether they're truly getting what their IEP says that they need. I had a principal friend, and she talked about, we need great teachers, but our special ed teachers need to be like a surgeon. They need to be so much more skilled. They need to be really good in pedagogy, but they really need to be skilled in those instructional strategies to meet the needs of our kids that have very different disabilities in ranges. So I think if you can really continue to work on those instructional practices, keep your work on your MTSS, really think about effective use of those two teachers in the classroom, I think you should see some improvement in your scores for your kids.
Well, and then you also
Outcomes.
touched on the area of training, and you said there was a disconnect from one segment administratively versus the actual SPED professionals in the classroom. Did you get a sense of exactly what that might be? What are our staff in the classroom saying that they need, and did that get conveyed to administration?
Well, the disconnect came in, the survey said 60% of the people that filled out the survey said, oh, we have plenty of training. But I heard time and time and time again in our focus group comments that they don't have enough training. Dr. Armstead and I talked about, let's really maybe focus on one area. Maybe that's those collaborative teaching approaches and really making sure those two adults in that classroom are skilled in the different approaches, and really to we have what's called an instructional design tool, which helps that planning and flexible grouping. So you build an activity, and instead of whole group, large group, then you do start talking about small group, or how can I do some stations so I could really break it down to smaller number of kids. So I think that would be my recommendation for training. And she and I have talked about training a lot, so.
I just have one point of clarification in regard to, you mentioned, Mr. Macias, about our status as far as TA. And I want to differentiate between, are we talking about our status with TA regarding compliance, or are we talking about accountability? Because if we're talking about compliance, of course, at our current standing is we are 100% compliant as far as TA is concerned. And that rating was bestowed upon us during our last cyclical monitoring visit. If we're talking about accountability, and then if we're looking specifically at special education, then we're looking at the results-driven accountability report. And our status according to TA, the range is from 1 to a 4. We currently are at a 2. We're at a 2. If you go back to 2021, we actually have made consistent growth from 2021 to present, and we're sitting at a 2. And our goal, of course, is we're on the pathway to a 1. So we have some work to do, and I think there's some things, definitely some good stuff that is, coming out of this report, recommendations that we can certainly readily implement. But I just wanted to make a point of clarification between whether or not we're talking about compliance versus accountability.
And anytime I see TEA with, it doesn't matter, I just don't want to see TEA assigned. So I want to make sure that we are doing that work. And again, part of the reason why I supported the idea that we needed to have an audit and asked administration to move forward with that. The other part is the training. Was there an examination if we are recouping all the possible revenue we can in special ed? Because I'll tell you, that's one of the areas that employees have told me, that we're not doing certain things that could bring in additional revenue. So was there an assessment on that?
Yeah, and actually that's something that we look at all the time, because of course we know that revenue is driven by the instructional setting codes. So we are looking at those codes, honestly, that really provide that opportunity. So one of the things that we're looking at now, and this had to do with, and I spoke about it the other day at the growth and planning meeting over at Coronado Village, is that if we had the opportunity to have additional space for our adult years program, then we can look at a a vocational program. And those types of programs actually are linked to higher funding. So we would have the opportunity to implement that type of a program and have our kids participate in them. We know that, again, we monitor our PEMS data to ensure that we have our kids coded correctly, so that, again, we maximize the amount of funding that we are able to realize.
And my one last question is this.
Can I jump in there?
Yes.
And you and I haven't talked about this, but, you know, the whole SHARS billing thing. And I saw something this morning that's very scary. They're talking about the federal government cutting. But, you know, are we maximizing all those people that can bill and are providing those services, are we making sure, because it may not be as much as it used to be, but that's at least a revenue source.
And that could be tied to training, or, I mean, there's all kinds of reasons why that could happen, but that's already been acknowledged, so certainly would hope we take advantage of that. But my last question has something to do with the ratios, and I want to know if you've looked at this, where we have, for example, 17 sped students in an area, back unit or whatnot, and we have 4 sped teachers and aides there, but say 3 students there require more one-on-one attention, which means now you've left 1 teacher with the balance of students. So was that evaluated? Because again, different needs, and we don't want to create that type of environment for a lot of reasons. So was that evaluated in some way, and is there some recommendation that came out of this report?
Well, I would say that's kind of what Carrie does, is she starts with a ratio and then looks at those really individualized needs of kids. I think the biggest challenge is you have to make projections about this time of the year. You're starting to make projections for next year, and you get really things in place and ready to go. And then you have 50 kids move in during the summer, and it's like, okay, now what are we going to do, and how are we going to move things around? And then things change. Again, you're a high-mobility district, and so you have your needs change throughout the course of the school year, and how can you address those needs? And I know
It's more than,
it's a
definitely it's
puzzle.
more than numbers. We
Yeah.
look at extenuating circumstances. And in some cases, and I dare say this year, we really encountered this quite a bit. We've had to look at the needs of the students. And we have found that in some cases, we really had a need for more specialized knowledge. In working with, we've seen more intense, more severe behaviors in some of our classrooms this school year, which did result in the need for, again, that expert knowledge. And that is, so those are extenuating circumstances that we do address. And yes, quite often they do lead to increased services, which equates to increased dollars. Yes.
I think you acknowledge that it's just not numbers, and you just can't say we have 100 kids and divide it by, 25, and you have 4 teachers, because that just isn't the way it works in our world of special education. That's why it's so critical to really be mindful up front about those decisions that you're making about supports for kids. Are they individualized? Are we looking at their needs by content area? I was, at my previous district, the middle school principal called me over, and he goes, I don't have enough staff. And I looked at his schedule, and every single student had math, science, social studies, and ELA 45 minutes a day, 5 days a week. So I said, tell me how that's individualized support decision-making. So we had to go back and really rethink the amount of support on an individual basis. And so we have to really think those things through, and that is going to drive, again, how much staff you need.
Thank you. Ms. Eaton?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, ma'am, for this report. I'm just curious as to, remember at the beginning of the school year when we were told that the dyslexia students had been moved over now to be under the special needs program? I'd be curious to know how those numbers affected us with this report. That's the first thing. The second thing is, private schools are not required to take these students. And so we experienced at the end of last year this big rash of students that were transferring in at odd times. And it was because the minute, they discover that this student has some problems and they need additional help, then guess what? They don't have to keep them.
That's right.
And then the other thing, and Dr. Fields, you kind of alluded to this, there's a big difference between our location and being out in rural areas. You know, some of my friends that are from rural Texas have known their teachers are now teaching their kids because they didn't go anywhere, and you know, they've joined the military and got married and went back home, and now their kids are in grandkids are in classes with teachers that they had. Because the thing about us, I was in the Army for 28 years, and although we rotate year-round, because it just depends on your job and where you need it and what's going on, we have two big times. And one is definitely, you know, it's cycled, summer, and a lot of times just before Christmas. And I mean, when do we do our snapshot, that first one? October. You know, and that holiday time coming up before November, and everybody wants to get where they're going. And so by our location being between Randolph Air Force Base and Fort Sam Houston and Brooke Army Medical Center, you know, that's a big turnover for us as far as military students, you know. And again, I know it's not all of that, but because we rotate year round, but we have those two big pushes, and that has a big effect. And I'm just curious as to how that affected our numbers. You know, the big increase in special needs because we had to reclassify the dyslexia students, the fact that the private schools don't have to take them. You know, as soon as they discover there's an issue, hey, mom and dad, come get your kid. And guess what? They come back to Judson. And these two big rotation points for the military, you know, I just saw a big difference in our numbers when I looked at those things.
And knowing that you know that in terms of the military, I don't know what systems you have in place in the summertime when you enroll in open enrollment, and so, you know, we know the kids are coming. We oftentimes don't know a number of needs that they have, and just so what kind of flexibility can you have at the beginning of the school year, knowing that this is a pattern, and you could probably go back and look at some data over the last few years and see how many new kids are we getting on a regular basis. And I'm going to guess you have the data on dyslexia and the number of kids that have moved from dyslexia to the world of special education just in the last couple of years. Again, it's increased everybody's numbers.
I think one of the areas that we're forgetting about as well is that, don't we have a few group homes? We've got boys, there's certain areas set up within our district boundaries that lend themselves to identification of students that other districts might not find themselves in.
Yes, we do. It's concentrated on several parts of our district where groups' homes have saturated the area, so you have kiddos that have been removed from their parents and put into group settings, and what we have seen is the uptick of those students having certain needs that have to be met that we are servicing through the special ed department. They're coming into these homes with these needs already identified, which means that we have to provide the services in order to ensure that there's success at our campuses. And so we also have a lot of our students that are coming out of the Boysville area. Those students are enrolled in our schools, namely Judson High School, Judson Middle School, and another one of our campus, and Ed Friends, thank you, and Ed Friends. So those are students that already have identified needs that are enrolling in our schools that we have to meet that need. I know in dyslexia also, I know that Mr. Tobias could probably speak to that. We do have high number of dyslexic students in certain parts of our district, and they roll up from the elementary, roll up into middle school on into high school. And even though, as a parent of a dyslexic student, they don't get cured by going through the Scottish Rite program. If they're dyslexic, they just learn how to adapt. And those are the things that, as a parent, I've seen my son, you have to learn the ways to navigate the world through the lens of dyslexia. So it definitely we have to continue to service the students. They go through the Scottish Rite program, but there's still things that we have to consider when we put them in different settings and at different levels. But one of the things we have to remember is that we have to be very careful when you're talking about getting down to the disability, getting down to the needs of the child, that we don't fall into the trap of cookie cutter accommodations. That just because a student is labeled SI, speech impairment, does not automatically mean that they need support in every content area. Got to be very careful with that we do pay attention to what the needs are. And I'm not only speaking to the SPED monitor teacher, but also speaking to the administrator that is sitting on the art committee that is signing off on those accommodations in the art, that we pay attention to the need of the child and not just respond to you're dyslexic, so you also need accommodations in reading and math and social studies and in science. And that is one of the conversations that Carrie and I have all the time, is making sure that we're responding to the need.
Or to Ms. Stanford's point, the numbers game as well. You can't just say, okay, when I reach 12 students, then now I need another pair, or if I reach 15, it's got to be based on what's in the IEP, what those students call for.
I have one of my sorority sisters works for that company that grades the tests for the kids. I don't remember the name of the company, but yeah. And one of the things that she was talking to me about is how shocked they were when they went to the program of, everything really requires them to be able to read, to take that STAR test. But the comprehension, the lack of comprehension, should I say, is the way she explained it to me. It just blew them away, because it was like something as simple as, Susie has 2 ducks. One is orange, and Bob has 5 chickens, and, they want to cross the road. For them to be able to comprehend, the comprehension wasn't there. What can we do to try and help? Because, and I know we can't use COVID for everything, we took a big hit with COVID. And so we still have this population of at least 2 years worth of students that really, they got hurt with this. And so what can we do to help? What do you need from us as a board? What can we do?
Well, one thing, and you'll hear more on the subject, we kind of heard a little bit tonight from some of our dyslexia therapists. We are fortunate, and we do have a phenomenal group of dyslexia therapists. And I do believe that if we are able to find a way to invest in them, then they have a lot to offer to the district. They offer a lot right now, but I do believe that there is a lot of opportunity for them to help more. They are reading specialists. They have that specialized knowledge, and they can really help and impact and bring change in the area of reading. But I do think that there's a lot of unexplored opportunities that exist right now, and that I'd love to, for us to be able to move forward with incorporating them more into that reading instruction in various capacities.
Well, and I want to address you all pay really well, and yet you still have the retention is not where you probably want it to be. Money's important to a certain level. I've worked with districts, and they've done teacher retention focus groups, and money doesn't come up in the top 3 or the top 5.
Right.
It's really about time to plan. We've been hearing this for years, quit putting so many initiatives on top of us without taking off one of them. So
Yeah.
just being mindful of the work that you're doing and connecting that work and not making it sound like, well, here's one more thing, here's one more thing, here's one more thing. It's interesting because districts since COVID have thrown a lot of money at trying to keep teachers and paraprofessionals, and we're still seeing a lot leave. And so it's some of those other things. It's working conditions. It's being respected as a professional and having your opinion valued. And so I think listening to your teachers and staff, and we've done it in districts where we've brought the school psychologist in and say, what does it take to get you to stay? We know we're paying you really, really well. But are there some other things that are more, not so much just related to money, but working conditions? Do they have the resources that they need? You know, do they get to work closer to their home? And some districts have gone to work from home for a day for school psychologists and diagnosticians, and that's been an incentive. So I think those are some things that maybe you as a district can just consider as some options to really look at retaining not only teachers and parents.
And I thoroughly understand that, I really do. You know, but my mind works from the position of once a soldier, always a soldier. I can kill you next week, or you could have been checked out last week and nobody would have known. So, you know, it's there. It's there. You can't pay me more money to do my job. And I know that doesn't apply to our teachers because things have changed drastically and they need all the support they can get. But, you know, tell me what you need.
And I think that's where the resources and the training, I remember one comment in the report was, I've been to Collaborative Teaching 101 for 10 years in a row. Okay, maybe we need to differentiate our training for our adults as well. You know, if you're going to the same thing every year, or you're going to the same thing every year and you're not affecting change, then let's refocus what that professional development looks like for our teachers and staff.
Which I think speaks to what you were talking about earlier about the disconnect, right?
Yes.
The individuals who took the survey said we have plenty of training, but then in the comments, it was we don't have the and I think the missing P is the necessary or the prescriptive or the specific training.
Correct. I think you're correct there.
Especially when they talked about the time to train with the gen ed teacher. You know what I'm saying? Because we had talked about that earlier, you know. But when do... And I don't want to come up with excuses. I really don't want to make it sound that way. But their conference time is protected, their lunch time is protected, and we've got you working in a class all the other time. And we really try to hold back on teachers staying before or after school so it's really difficult for us to come up with those times to allow them. Before, when there wasn't such a huge shortage with special ed, you would have two people cultivate a relationship where it was like yin and yang. When you had a co-teacher, you'd walk into the room, you didn't know who was who. But now you've got your co-teacher co-teaching with 3 other people throughout the instructional day. So it's just really difficult to make that happen.
Well, and I think there's some creative things that we can do. And it's going to cost money, but, you know, you got to spend money to make money, don't they say that? And it's almost investing. It's investing. Are we willing to spend a little bit more money for whatever that training might look like? You know, bringing folks in during the summer and giving them a stipend during the summer when they come in. We had moved to a situation in another district when we hired a new teacher in the middle of the year. We let our instructional coaches, specialists, work with them for 2 or 3 days to at least to give them some idea what they were walking into, because we're seeing, you know, teachers and paraprofessionals walking into school on Monday and out the door on Friday. And if we would invest a couple of days and say, we're going to give you at least some skills up front. You know, I've heard, and it wasn't here, but I've heard teachers go, we got a brand new IEP software system and nobody taught us how to write goals and objectives in it, and now they're all pulling their hair out. So let's be intentional about what that training looks like to meet the needs so they can do their job. You know,
and each quarter, you know, if you just gave them a day or 2 days together during the quarter. So I like that.
And that's kind of that protected planning time, may not have common planning time because of that schedule, but once a quarter, can you hire a substitute for the day and give them an opportunity to at least plan and look at that scope and sequence and what are the big issues going on? Who are the students in the classroom that we might be able to provide some accommodations and scaffolds for?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that it, Ms. Eaton?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ryan, I know you've been waiting patiently.
Oh, I'm loving all the discussion tonight. We're talking about kids and outcomes, and yeah, this is super exciting. It's been a crazy kind of meeting, but it's all been great stuff. So I wanted to talk a little bit about staffing and some of the stuff from the sufficiency section. On page 9, you had a chart of our self-contained unit staffing. Is that how many people we have, so our ratios are good, or that's how many people we should have, and if we had this many people, we'd be good?
This is how many you have. the department provided me
This is what we provided?
Yes, this was information was provided to me. So
Okay,
those
well,
are the
this-
actual
This
units.
is not accurate at all, because we know there's a life skills unit on here that hasn't had a teacher all year, and it says there's 2 certified special ed teachers in here. So, and that's just one example. I touched base with a number of people, and the number of certified teachers and paras in these classrooms, this is not accurate. And the board has gotten the report, so we know we have this report also. That shows that we don't have this number of teachers. So, because I'm trying to reconcile that over 70% of the people on the survey, which include 56 administrators, general ed teachers, special ed teachers, all sorts of people, everyone is saying we don't have enough staff. And I have a hard time believing they're all wrong. So that's why I'm trying to reconcile why so many people from multiple functions across our district are all feeling like there's not enough. And I'm sure some of it is master scheduling, and so I have some questions on those types of things. But some of it is we just don't have the people.
I'm sorry, one point of clarification there.
Yeah.
And that is, do you understand that at the time this information was provided to Dr. Short, we did have a teacher in that classroom. That teacher didn't stay. I think I know which campus you're referring to. And it turned out that both teachers didn't stay. But at a point in time, we were staffed in that particular classroom. So again, to keep in mind that was, again, this is point in time information. And at the time that it was provided, we did have teachers fully staffed in that particular classroom.
And further
So-
clarification also, Dr. Armstead, we started this audit last spring.
Yes.
And so a lot of the documentation and a lot of the data that we provided to Stetson was based on where we were last spring. The focus groups and all of that, some of that took place in early fall.
When was the survey? Was the survey in fall?
The fall.
Oh, okay,
It's
so
in
that's
fall.
why,
Yes.
these
Yes.
people are not here now, which is probably why they're all saying we don't have enough people, because these people don't exist that are on this chart right here.
And I
have
also
been some
want to, that when we don't have, it goes back to the teacher of record. So when we don't have a teacher in the classroom, the special ed department chair or one of the other special ed teachers are tasked with providing the services for that child. And when you're counting, is the child receiving services, even though we have a vacancy? I know that we can attest at the campus levels that the services is being provided, even it's being provided from pulling the department chair or the lead SPED teacher from another area to provide that direct
Did our
support
mic go on?
to that child during that time frame.
Yeah, I think the concern is just that.
My mic wasn't on, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
So we do teacher of record, even though we have a vacancy, there's somebody assigned to cover the services of that child, even if there is a long-term sub in that classroom. Because the long-term sub, according to special education requirements, we cannot have someone provide services that is not certified to do that. So Carrie does this all day long. We can talk about it forever. As soon as we get a call from a principal, we're talking about how we're going to provide services. Now the X is gone.
That is correct.
Yeah, and that's the concern, when you have one teacher of record trying to cover 10-plus kids in an ECSE plus 2 life skills units with 10-plus kids each. Well, guess what? That one person is not physically able in 8 hours of a day to give primary instruction on everything all those students need to learn. Like the paras can help reteach and do all that kind of stuff, but they can't be the primary provider. So I think that's why everyone's, feeling the squish.
And I think
not
that's why, I'm
being
sorry,
able to
Darren,
do
I think that's why the perception is we don't have enough people.
Okay,
When in
because we might
fact-
not.
Well, if they're leaving, if you've lost 2
Yeah.
teachers and then 3 other teachers on that campus have to step in and provide services, you've got the units. You just don't have bodies in that unit.
And I guess I was confused on why we didn't look at, if we have Life Skills Apple, we've got some of this stuff on here, but there's a lot of things, like we don't have Jack and Back on here. We don't have any of our co-teach inclusion resource. None of that is on here. And it's in the big green font that high caseloads significantly negatively impact students and educators, but yet we didn't look at the caseloads, because part of the issue is the units, right, on page 9. But another part of the issue is the resource co-teach cohort having 30, 40, 60, 90, an exorbitant number of kids and the requirements that go with that. So why wasn't that looked at? Because I know workload is great to be a way to do it, but workload's a lot of work to figure out the workload of your special ed students versus your caseload. So you kind of have to start a little bit with caseload, right, and then adjust off of that. And, we have, TASB has their recommended, 1 to 9, 1 to 12, 1 to 15 ratios for resource inclusion co-teach, and we consistently have our teachers 25, 30. That's why they don't feel like there's enough people. So how is the master scheduling and the remind me of the words, I don't have it written down.
Non-categorical.
Yes, non-categorical, thank you. Is that going to somehow fix that?
I think it could go a long ways to addressing that, because you become more efficient with the staff that you have if you're kind of intentional about that up front. Our firm is not big on ratios, and that's not really I was a special ed director, and you have to start with the ratio. I mean, for your program classes, absolutely. You have to have a starting
big picture, you got to start there.
And then you start looking at those individual needs of students, absolutely. We tend to focus on those in more of our specialized units, because we know the kids in those specialized units tend to have a higher level of need. Not always, but oftentimes they have a greater level of need. So we didn't get resource numbers and co-teach inclusion. I think that just kind of varies from, I think that'd be a lot of data to look at, to have to look at every single, like at a high school.
I think that's where the majority of our complaints are coming out of, though. I mean, there's a fair amount out of our units, but our staff complaints are coming out of those types of positions.
And one point of clarification, we don't have anyone who has a caseload of 60. I do want to state that. We do have a few campuses that they have higher numbers on their caseloads than certainly we would like, and we're working very diligently with campus principals in regard to staffing to improve that. But by and large, we stay within, for elementary, caseload of about 25. And again, we have a few campuses where we have pushed that, and that's, if you look, you will see that they have a current vacancy on their campus. For secondary, we've been fortunate. We stay right around and we stay aligned with TASB in that regard, and that's about 15 students per caseload. So just to kind of give some
I think if we stay at the
perspective
25 to 30s, though, I mean, other school districts around us don't have those caseloads. That's why we're losing people. People are just going to go somewhere else where they can have a reasonable caseload.
Recently, SAISD did a study regarding caseloads, because all districts are feeling this. The numbers continue to rise. On average, about elementary is about 22 right now.
I think, to help out with what you asked, first, all of the districts have a shortage with special ed. It's not like they're leaving here going over somewhere else and they're fully staffed. So special ed teachers are a shortage across the nation, definitely in the state of Texas. But I think one of the reasons why we focus on the areas, Ms. Ryan, is because we're noticing that people aren't focusing on the least restrictive environment. When they're doing the ARDs and the IEPs, we're finding that we're doing resource, we're doing, restrictive type environments. And if we can move away from that mentality, then I think it becomes easier to give the support to the students in a general ed classroom, because we haven't put them in an isolated environment.
Although I caution you of that, because there is a huge research article coming out of Vanderbilt, if you haven't previewed it already, which pretty much overturns the 50 years of that, saying that mainstreaming kids over resource, that there is evidence that that's not the best for kids. So that'll be interesting to see Dr. Lux's big research article come out here, and if that's going to change the way, people are doing things. But again, it's up to the ARD committees have to decide the best place the kid's going to learn, and every kid is unique, and again, in Bennettsbed, and some kids don't learn well in a co-teach. Some kids need a resource room. That is where they gather their stuff. And so we don't want to say, well, we don't do resource anymore. Well, if that's what the kid needs, then that's what the ARD committee, data-driven, needs to give the child.
And I think the balance is, it's on the continuum of services. So if a student needs specialized support in Algebra 1, we need to provide that. But let's make sure there's quality, high rigor instruction going on in that classroom. And you can't do that if I'm a math teacher and I've got algebra and geometry and algebra 2, and you expect me to teach 19 kids in this class 3 different courses. So
I understand. Yeah, the massive resource rooms where you just throw 30 kids in there for one class period. Yes, versus a specialized resource room that is teaching similar students.
And get high-quality instruction.
I don't think we have a 30-student resource room.
And I wasn't talking about here, I'm sorry. We've seen that in special education in the past, across like everythhere, right? Where there's
19 was
just,
the most I
especially
saw.
at the secondary, where they just put it as a class on the class schedule. And I've been up at Cobell, there was one of those rooms where, a long time ago, where just all the kids went for essentially homework help or whatever assistance, and it was called a resource room. I don't think we have those here.
That
That's
is
just
no
something-
longer, that's not what we do.
Correct, yes, that used to be, that's the old ways of doing resource rooms. Now, resource has to be much more directed toward the student need. So you said we're already starting the non-categorical staff. So I assume anytime we advertise a sped vacancy now in HR, it will no longer have a parentheses behind it, and it won't say co-teach, it's not gonna say resource, it's not gonna say, ECSE or anything, because we used to hire, I know teacher contracts, we can move them anywhere, but at least from a hiring standpoint, we coded those positions for very specific things. But if you're correct, if you're applying for non-categorical, then Olympia's gonna get 5 special education teachers, and they're just going to be 5, right? And then you're going to help him figure out what his master schedule looks like, and when someone should be in ECSE and when someone should be co-teaching. Am I understanding that concept right?
And correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Taganow, but, and historically, when we do advertise for a special ed teacher vacancy, that is the actual title, is special education teacher, without anything specific. It only has been in recent years that if we know that we have a specific need, we've already established that we need a life skills teacher, then to be more clear and to really try to hone in on what we really need to recruit for, we will specify a particular, we'll add more to
I'm
the
sure
title.
the principals communicate that in their interviews as well. They're not going to have a person come in for a life skills type position and not explain coming in, this is what we need you for.
Okay.
And when you do a non-categorical, so you may be hiring that teacher to be life skills, but that teacher might have a section of resource, or they might go into a co-teaching setting for one period of the day, if that's what the needs of the kids are.
Okay, that's where I thought you were going with it, which is you may not be 8 hours a day in ECSE, you may not be 8 hours a day in life skills anymore. You may be a half day, and then you're in with other kids.
Depending on the needs of the kids, absolutely.
Okay, and whatever your master schedule, are you confident we have the master schedule magic to make this happen? What does our district staff and campuses need? That when they sit down next fall to start doing some of this scheduling, assuming we're going to follow their recommendations, right? I
think we've already moved to it.
Yes.
We're going to try and implement it more. I think what you're asking are we going to put the students in the classes and then build around that, correct? What we're saying is we're going to start if we know that this is going to be a co-teach.
Yes.
We're going to have a certain amount of, we did it when I was in master scheduling as a principal. You'd say, okay, this is going to be a co-teach class. This is how many sections I'm going to have for special ed. And then I built up from there, as opposed to trying to flood all the students in, and then now I'm trying to figure out where my students should go.
And that is the
So-
whole point of bringing in Cardonics, which is a master scheduling program. We brought them in last year. We're getting ready to use them again this year because it actually has you looking in real time where kids are, and if there are going to be, you got too many over here, it's going to flag that and let you know. And so that is one of the things that we are pushing for secondary, we're pushing them toward that. And then we also have been talking with our elementaries because they don't build in cardonics because it's a very different approach for elementary, but seeding your special ed students based on their needs first and then building your schedule around that is what we've been trying to
That's what I
move
was more
toward.
worried about, is elementary.
It is
Secondary, I
elementary,
think, is
but
a
it's
lot
different.
easier. You're right, you code different class sections a certain way. I'm more worried about the challenges at elementary where it's like, oh, every kid needs their co-teach time from 9:30 to 10:15. Well, there's one of me, right? Like, and everybody's got, specials in the afternoon, was like.
And that's where you build your schedule, and not everybody can teach ELA at 9 o'clock at the
Yeah.
elementary school. But if you build your schedule that way, you won't have enough teachers to do, because kids that need support, typically it's ELAR. And so you've got to be mindful of that when you start looking at first grade versus second grade and move those different times around so that you can use your staff efficiently.
Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to hear the feedback from, especially the elementary teachers, on how they feel that rolls out. Like, this makes more sense now. I'm rolling from here to here to here to here throughout the day.
So just one piece on the elementary master schedule, I want to be really clear about that. That is really, that's an all hands on deck.
Yeah.
So, for example, first grade teachers will get together at the end of the school year, and they will look at every kid that's in that grade level, and they will start building the classes for the next grade level. Because there's a lot of nuances that go into, this is different, right? They don't move 7 periods a day.
Yeah.
You're with these guys the entire time, so there's a lot of pieces that go in there. Not only the special education component, there's a lot of other pieces that are built in there. You layer that with exactly what Dr. Field said a second ago. It's like the singletons, right? You layer in, when are the push-in services, when are the pull-out services, and it's like a juggling game trying to figure all of that out. So it starts with those classroom teachers leveraging what they know about those kids to build the schedule for the next year.
Okay. Another question, or concern I had was this. You expressed a lot of concern in here about our ED and SLD percentage numbers, right? And you seem to attribute a lot of it to our diagnosticians over-diagnosing, which I have a challenge with that being part of, the entire conclusion, because of the educational marketplace here in San Antonio and what's happened the last 5 years. And we talked about this a little bit, and Ms. Eaton brought up private schools too. But we are an area that is now oversaturated with charter schools, oversaturated. You can't throw a stone without finding one of them, right? And that is where our attrition and our, decline in enrollment has been to charter schools. But the students we've lost are not always the special education students, because especially your ED kiddos, some of them got a few behavior challenges, right? And might have a few things in their record, and maybe some of your AU kids are gonna have some things in their records. And those children can get turned away, and do, from charter schools. So their only educational option is with us. And kids with SLDs generally take the regular STAR test, which means they go into the accountability of that charter school and their A through F rating whenever those come out. And if you talk to parents who have been at charter schools, they get encouraged to no longer attend the charter school, right? Like, we can't kick out a special ed kid, but we can find ways to make sure you're not here anymore, right? So then, all of a sudden, the SLD kids who take regular STAR and have some challenges. So I feel like our numbers, watching what has happened the last 5 years with the charter schools, that those ED and SLD numbers are really high because of our loss of students. Percentage-wise, if we got all the other kids who left who weren't sped back, then our numbers would look in line with everybody else. And in fact, our numbers are in line with Comal, which is right by us too. They have the same high ED numbers and higher SLD numbers too.
They're a growing district.
Yes, but they're the only comparable that's in our area.
Understood.
And they have, so I don't want it to be that, I don't want us to start under-diagnosing stuff, right? Because, and that's the concern, in a comment you made earlier about, be careful not to refer too much, right? But, I mean, the law is pretty clear. If someone suspects a disability, then you got to evaluate them, right?
Absolutely.
And you can have all the data in the world before that referral, but the data comes in the FIE. Those are normed tests that produce all this data that is then, that's what the ARD is using to admit someone in. So, and there's lots of criticism in Texas, all over nationally, you know, forcing kids to go through a 3 to 6 month RTI process before they can even get evaluated, and then that takes another 90 days and another 90 days for services, then we're delaying services a year, right? And so this is happening with a kiddo in kindergarten, we didn't get for pre-K, right? Now all of a sudden it's first grade before they're getting services, then they're taking the third grade star, you know, type thing. And so I don't want us to knee-jerk the other direction because we have too many kids and then start under-identifying, right? Because it is a burden on the system, but only because we just don't have enough supply of teachers for the demand of our product, type thing. And so because we don't have the teachers, we don't want to be turning away, you know, customers.
Well,
We just
and I
have to
want
find
to
a way make it
clarify,
work.
because I don't think that I said that this is a diagnostician issue. I think there's a lot of variables that go into this. That might just be a chance to calibrate your practices, because, you know, I've talked to a lot of diagnosticians and school psychologists over the years. It's a little subjective. I know they're norm tests. I mean, I was a diagnostician, but there's a lot of subjectivity that can go into making those decisions. And there's a new, you know, conversation going around in our country that these tests were normed many years ago.
Yeah.
And they're not the same kids that these tests were normed on. And so we have so many kids that have social emotional issues. That's just, we know that. We have mental health issues, they have social emotional issues. And when you look at the criteria for emotional disturbance, a lot of people can qualify for that. And so I think it's being very mindful. Half the people I know have ADHD, and does that mean they need to be in special education for, you know, OHI? Yes, if we suspect a disability and a need for specially designed instruction, we absolutely have to evaluate those students. But let's make sure we're making really informed decisions, not delaying, because that's what got Texas in trouble for delaying evaluation. So, you know, there's that fine line between let's intervene, let's provide some good intervention, and let's take some data and then make a decision, instead of a student walks in the first day in kindergarten who's never been in school and we need to refer them for special education. I think that's a disservice, because we haven't given that child an opportunity to have some of the skills that we want them to have just because they hadn't been in pre-K, you know, 3 or 4.
I know Dr. Saunders wants to say something. I wanted to say this as well, too, because I know all the principals understand this. You spoke a lot about where those accountability scores go when the students come back to public education after going to. That's not a secret. And we see a huge influx of students from our charter schools right before October 31st. So everyone in here who works in administration or is a principal knows that all these students that you see checking into your school right before snapshot, it's because
Yeah, they thought the grass was greener, they tried it out, didn't work out, and they come boomerang right on back.
But then those scores count for you.
Oh, yeah.
Kid shows up on the 31st of October, happy Halloween, and then now when you take the test in the spring, they count towards the campus that they were at October 31st.
That's why we work hard to keep our families, too. We're
Yes,
not just
ma'am.
retaining teachers and staff. We got to
Right.
retain the kids and the families, because the boomerang hurts us.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
So if we give them a reason to stay, that helps, too.
I think,
You said exactly what I was going to say.
Oh,
Anyone
okay.
who's in education knows the busiest time of year is
Right.
the last week in October.
Yeah, yeah.
That's when everyone's coming. Like, that's when, like Ms. Eaton said, we may not have the services you need here, so we're going to politely invite you to not attend anymore.
Yep.
And then we are like the Statue of Liberty. We take them all. And we follow the law, and we do exactly what we're asked to do. And Dr. Short, I just want to say one thing. It's like you were in our meeting this morning, because we had a very long conversation about calibration. Emotional disturbance that diagnosis should look the same across the entire district.
Absolutely.
It should not look different from campus to campus, and I think that's an opportunity for us to leverage those conversations, We do the same thing when we're scoring writing, we calibrate. When we do T-tests, we calibrate. It's just an opportunity for us to get better.
Yeah, and when numbers are off and percentages are weird, look for all the explanations, because there's probably a little bit of everything playing into those numbers, and some of it's not anything we did wrong, some of it's just the environment we're in. On the co-teaching, I'm glad we talked a fair amount about this. A lot of our classrooms are not doing co-teaching. They're doing inclusion support, even though it's clearly coded on the IEPs that they're doing co-teach. But what a lot of our teachers are struggling with is, I am teaching 6 different class periods with 6 different teachers in 6 different subjects. And you gave me one 50-minute planning period. And somehow I'm supposed to run down those 6 people and plan with them and attend 30 ARDs, because that's what my caseload is, and do all their IEPs and log all their minutes and mark all their chart, whatever it is they're supposed to do. I don't understand how you realistically co-teach with only one planning period. I don't understand it. How would you ever get all the paperwork and all the planning done? And I guess maybe if that's once a quarter and all day planning as a school or grade level or something, but how's it gonna work?
Well, I will tell you, go ahead, Dr.
How have you seen it work?
I'll turn it over to Dr. Toppin, but I will say this. It's not a teacher in this district that's only planning during their planning period. I've literally watched DOI teachers plan for 3 hours on a Sunday. So everybody in this district is putting in the extra hours trying to get the work done. So
I'm more worried
if
about
there's
the
anyone
ARDs and
under
the
the perception that the only time I'm able to do this, or the only time I'm putting in the work is during my conference period, that's not.
Oh, no, they are, but then you add all of the, so, I mean, a SPED teacher and a general ed teacher should be doing the same amount of planning, right? Because they have to teach kids for whatever, 5, 6 class periods of the day. Where does the paperwork and logs and all these hundreds of documents you have to have on every student and be completed to be in federal compliance, when does that get done? When is that supposed to get done if you only have one short planning period?
Ms. Ryan, I know that I said at the very beginning when I was talking, when we started in the public hearing today, is that teaching is not a 9-to-5 job. It's been more difficult in the past because we typically would not have a co-teacher jumping from class to class to class. It is because of the shortage that we have right now that we can't put a co-teacher to stay with the teacher all day long and be with that teacher for all 7 periods. It's next to impossible because we don't have the personnel that is certified to do so. So we do what we call instructional support, which means that you have a paraprofessional in the classroom with the teacher, and that paraprofessional would have to work with the teacher to determine what things they're going to help with. Because again, when we are looking at a co-teaching situation, the gen ed teacher is the person that has the content expertise. They are a math teacher. The co-teacher is there to provide the systems of support for the students that have certain needs in that class. What the gen ed teacher and the co-teacher need to do is work together so she can get the pieces that she needs to provide to the student so the students can access the content and be successful. And so it's easier to do that when you have enough of the personnel to marry those two together and they have the same conference period, but we haven't seen that since COVID. So because of the shortage, we are in this weird place right now. And we talk to teachers all the time. I talk to principals all the time. Ideally, that's what you want. You want the marriage, because that would be the best for your kids. But what we have to deal with is making sure that we are still meeting the children's needs in every single class. And if that means that I'm going to put you here for first period, here for second period, or here for math, here for science, that's what we have to do, because at the end of the day, we're obligated to meet the need of the child.
Well, and I'm not disputing that. I'm asking, how is the teacher supposed to do their job? So if you move me to 5 different classes in a day, I'm saluting and moving out, right? I'm happy, great. But how, if I'm Mrs. Smith, when am I supposed to plan with those 5 teachers?
We do planning before school, after school, am I right? Planning before school,
And I think that's where you
after
can get
school.
creative and say, I'm going to get a substitute.
Yes.
Maybe
and-
it's I get a substitute so you can do your case management load. And you can
Yes.
fill out your, if this
Yes.
month I've got 5 ARDs, if you give me a day, I can knock those 5, ARD
ARDs
paperwork out.
Yes.
So that's where it's getting creative. Comes with a cost, but, that's part of the teacher retention. Maybe if I got one day every once in a while to do my case management paperwork, that would feel like some of my stress
Okay, those are
would
the
be.
kind of creative ideas I'm asking about, because there's not.
And I have another one, but Dr. Fields probably won't want to hear it.
Yes.
But well, I've worked with a district, and a principal gave all of their special education teachers a second period to do ARD paperwork. That impacts your number of FTEs, and you've got to figure out whether you can do that or not. But that's thinking outside the box. It's an expensive option, but what would it look like? And again, I think if we could get really grounded on that student-centered decision-making and start building that schedule, being proactive, we might free up some units, some sections, so that teachers would have a little bit more time to, work on their ARD paperwork, so.
And it'd be nice to get some additional feedback from them too, to think what works well here, right? Type thing, which is, what do you think would work best? Do you want an extra hour to do planning? Do you want to sub a half day a month? Do you want a day off once a quarter? What do you think would be best for you? And obviously, I think it's going to look different in high school, middle school, and elementaries, right? Because of weird planning type stuff is, again, we always want our staff's input, right? Because we want them to stay. What are the things that are going to make your life a little bit easier, not easy, just a little bit easier, that could be that thing that pushes you to not go somewhere else, right? These are the turnover, not necessarily a paycheck things. What are the other tangible things that we can give people in order to reduce the turnover?
And that's what you have to weigh from a financial standpoint.
And a point of clarification, we keep calling it a conference period. The state refers to it as a preparation and planning period.
Yes.
So during that preparation and planning period, during your school day, you are preparing to teach. You are planning to teach. You are meeting with parents. You are doing all these things during that time frame during the school day. So that is why it's built into the school day to give you time daily that you can set aside to do those pieces that you have to do.
Planning, yeah. And that's what every teacher gets, right? All that planning, report cards, all that kind of stuff. I'm saying is all the additional sped paperwork on top of that is not accounted for with the regular teachers.
And we have heard our teachers over and over again, which is why we inundated the instructional calendar with those teacher prep and planning days. The yellow days on the calendar are the days that they're supposed to be allowed to work uninterrupted, to prep and plan for their things. But always looking for solutions, more ways that we can make our lives a little easier.
Okay, I think the only other finding of yours that I had a note written down on was, I guess Laura started to touch on this a little bit, which was the financial data. And actually, I was really happy with this chart. And I'm never happy with finances. Mr. Guerra's laughing back there, type thing, which was great, which is, really, we're only spending $200 more per student than the state average. And considering how many high ratio students, we'll call them, whatever, it's, how many life skills, Apple, back units, jack units, where we are at 1 to 4, 1 to 1. So when you look at what I know is a much bigger workload than maybe a caseload shows type students, the fact that we're only spending $200 more a student and that we're getting $2,400 more a student than the state average too. So if we're only spending 200 of that, that's awesome. And again, all those higher higher need of service students, those all get very high multipliers on our funding formulas. Hopefully, those funding formulas will get even higher for special education if we get lucky in Austin type thing. So if you're in a resource room, you're getting a 3 multiplier. You're not counted as a 1 or a 1.5 type thing. So I'm very happy with where we're at funding-wise, what this chart shows and where we are in relation to Comal too, because our percentages of expenditures for students with disabilities was right there within 0.5% of Comal. And we know they have a balanced budget and put money back in the fund balance last year. So anytime we can compete with them, that's always a good thing. So I appreciate you because this has been a super huge topic. We've talked about special education all the time, and we have such amazing teachers and families and kids, and we just want to be doing everything that we possibly can for them. So I look forward to us continuing to digest this as we get ready to start. Well, there's some stuff we'll do now, and there'll be some stuff in fall. And I plan to keep following up with questions about, hey, how are we doing on that recommendation? Did we do that? Is it working? Type thing. So I know this ends up being a long night, but I think this is going to be a very valuable book going forward. I appreciate you. And you too, Dr. Armstead, because I know this was a major labor to get all of it coordinated.
She took a lot of time to spend with me, and
Yes.
we had lots of
But I know,
conversations.
she
but we
wants
had
just as
to.
much for our kids as everybody else. So whatever blood, sweat, and tears she had to put into getting this done.
She's
We
amazing.
all know she's the one who's going to do it.
All right, I think that's it. Thank you so much for being here and sharing. We appreciate it. And thank you, Dr. Armstead, and all our special education staff that work so hard for our kids. All right, bond and construction update.
Yes, ma'am. There's been no significant changes in the bond and construction update, so we stand ready to answer any questions that the board may have. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, we didn't have bond oversight, so I just had one question. On the playground upgrades, the notes said that you were doing a canopy at Wortham Oaks and at Park Village. But I'm confused, because I didn't think we were doing anything at Park Village according to the playground, whatever, the thing we approved. Remember that chart? There was nothing at Park Village, and I thought all Wortham was getting was a pre-K playground. So could you clarify just that one thing? That was all I had.
We're just talking about the canopies.
Just playground, just Wortham and Park Village.
One of the achievements that we had is that we were doing playgrounds, either maintenance or new construction at all 20 of the elementaries.
Got it. So all of the elementaries are included.
Getting something.
And I believe in the agenda item, it was broken out by campus.
Okay. I'll send you an email, Dr. Fields, because Park, this is the roster, all the parents are always asking what's getting done at their campus, so I'm always referring back to that document, and Park Village has said just remove excess units and use them as replacement parts. There was nothing on here for Park Village, so that's why I'm just wait a second, what are they getting? Because I told them they weren't
We'll
getting
follow
anything.
up. Yes,
If
ma'am.
a parent asked type thing, so, all right, that's all I have
Thank you.
on construction for this month, thank you.
And I have one question as well. My question, Dr. Fields, is about, and I was going to pull an item on a consent, but you can answer the question here, so I don't have to do that.
Appreciate you. Yes, sir.
But, and mind you, question, not a narrative. But the question is that, are we going to be doing that assessment that I had requested about?
Corrigan is working on it right now.
And when will that be completed?
Do we have an estimated completion date?
So the facilities assessment is scheduled to be complete and submitted to the board in June 2025.
Okay.
Got it.
All right. If I'm not on the board in June, I'm going to have to come find that report. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that? All right. Next one is intruder detection audit. Is there
No
anything to report
findings.
on
We
that?
had 2 campuses that were inspected, no findings at all.
Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Consent agenda. Let me let you know that we are not going to vote on 5M, so please cross that off. That had a little error in posting, so we will address it at the meeting next week.
Thank you.
So does anyone have any things they want to pull? Ms. Eaton?
I'd like to pull 5H, please.
H. Mr. Salinas?
511, 5L.
5L. Mr. Macias?
None.
Nothing. Ms. Faulkner?
5F.
And Ms. Stanford? No, we're not pulling those. We'll read them afterwards. We're not going to pull it. We'll just read it after.
Oh, I pulled mine.
Oh, okay. Oh, so we're not going to actually pull the proclamations. We'll vote on all of them, and then we'll read them at the end of the vote. So please, yeah, don't.
I stand corrected.
Please
Put them back,
just say, please read.
please. Yes,
No, it says pull
I
items.
understand.
so
My bad.
No, y'all are doing what you're supposed to do. All right, so we are voting on 5A, B, C, D,
Well, I was gonna,
E,
I was gonna pull E.
E,
Yes. Hesitantly.
okay. So we are voting on A, B, C, D,
G,
F, G, H, I, J, K,
Elemental, P,
M, I'm sorry, not M,
elemental, oh, yeah,
L-N.
L-N, O-P.
we're not voting on L, Mr. Salinas pulled it.
Oh, my bad.
Not voting on M. Voting on N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y. So everything except L and E.
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, if you will go ahead and vote, please. Yes. And Ms. Ryan is absent for this vote.
Okay.
All right, so
Expenditures.
E.
Oh, you gotta make a motion to vote.
No, it's on this because Ms. Ryan's not here. I can't move forward. She has to be marked absent. So, item E, consider and take action regarding approving expenditures equal to or greater than $50,000. Ms. Stanford.
Okay, this agenda item is almost $3 million worth of items, and, oh yeah, does she need to vote? I mean, is it blocked? Is it locked? Looks like it's locked.
It won't proceed. Yeah.
Was it consent or was it something else?
That's consent.
Okay.
So I pulled E.
All right, so we're voting again, real quick. Hang on. Vote again, please.
Okay. I'm allowed to
So
vote.
this is
Sorry.
everything except E and,
4 hours without P.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
okay. So, okay, one of the items was to install electric gates.
Yes, ma'am.
And I did ask you about that, and I just wanted to say for the public's sake that the $260,000 plus dollars on this does make sense, because as you explained to me, the buses, every single bus, every single vehicle has to have the gate open manually for entry, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this will streamline that process of ingress and egress, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so. On the item, the Jordan Ford Limited, let's see, we're purchasing a vehicle with the Cycle 2 safety grant.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just questioning how much of that grant is left? And are there any additional purchases we are looking at that we're needing for that grant?
I believe
balance?
there is funds left, there are funds left over, and we will be making other purchases out of the grant. We just need this particular purchase because currently our safety and security person is hauling all this stuff around in his own personal vehicle.
Okay. Okay, do we know how much we have left of the grant after this?
We can provide that in tomorrow's Friday.
We can
Okay,
provide that.
that's
on
fine.
Friday.
That'll work. Let's see. Can't tell. Okay.
Anything else?
I think that's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Ryan, you had a comment, question?
I did. I knew Laura would pull these anyway. So, yeah, actually, the two things she asked about were the same two questions I had written down too, which is, again, we already talked about, the Safety Cycle 2 grant when we did the bus simulation thing. And if this vehicle, according to the write-up, is to transport equipment to the reunification site in the event of an emergency, and I feel like if Judson has an incident where we're doing reunification, every vehicle in Judson's gonna be available, right? Like every box truck, every child nutrition truck, every truck, if we have to do a reunification at Maranatha or somewhere else because something has happened in our district, everybody's surging and going over there. So having a vehicle for reunifications when, the original, this Safety Cycle 2 was $664,000. And it was originally intended to help fund fencing, door and windows, upgrades, window film, and can also be used for police officer salaries. And I hear over and over about these unfunded mandates from the state for safety and security, except they're giving us $664,000 to do our fences and to hire police officers, so we have an SRO at every campus, and they're giving us stuff for the safety film. The state is funding that, and we're choosing to use it on bus simulators or a cargo van in case we need it. So, not that any of these things aren't good things and great things, but somewhere we gotta prioritize where we're doing things, and I don't wanna say it's unfunded if they do give us money for it. And then on the security gates,
It is unfunded,
we got $664,000 for it.
but that doesn't fund it.
Okay, how much of that 664 did we use for those unfunded things? For fencing, window film,
I think the better question to ask is how much was it for the extra police officers and for the fencing?
Correct, I'm not saying
Which
they
was
fully
much
funded
more
it. I'm
than
saying
600,000.
they gave us some money and we chose not to spend it on any of those
But to
things.
give the impression that 600,000 would fund the
Correct.
cost.
I didn't say it was gonna fully fund it, I
Sorry.
never said that, so don't
Yes, you may.
misinterpret. Correct. I would just, again, I'm one vote against 6. And so if they're gonna give us 664,000 and they're gonna give us a priority list, and it is to start becoming in compliance with the commissioner's safety requirements physically for our building, then it feels like the first $664,000 of that money should go towards those things, right? And if it's not enough, then we find other ways to fund it, whether that's bond or general fund or anything else. But we start spending on things like bus simulators and Jordan vans, again, that's not in line with, what my community feels are priorities. I also didn't
Can Dr. Goss respond
understand.
to that, please?
No, that's okay. There was no question pending. I'm just stating,
It felt like
making a
an
statement. It's,
It felt like an accusation. She wanted to respond.
okay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I simply wanted to respond to the fact that in addition to the Cycle 2 funds, we also receive a safety allotment from the state, of which that pays for many of the police department salaries. Within the funds that are being utilized out of the Cycle 2 grant, we are meeting many of the unfunded mandates, as you were discussing in here, in that we have purchased police vehicles with some of these funds. We are installing panic buttons with these funds. There is another agenda item on the list tonight that will address the mental and social health needs and the counseling needs that are needed. We did use it for police simulator in the event of an active shooter. In terms of this particular item with the vehicle for reunification, you are correct, ma'am, in the fact that many vehicles would be utilized at that point. This is not a vehicle to transport the safety director. However, in the event of a reunification, of which we just had a small exercise the other day, there is an extreme amount of signage, cones, tables, computers, cables, additional equipment that we do have in a trailer right now. We do need a vehicle to tow the trailer, and many of the items that are needed are currently being stored either in a trailer in another location, or they're being stored in someone's office, and so they are having to move those items into their own personal vehicles to move that, where if we have an actual event, those items are in the vehicle, they are in the trailer, The only thing we have to do is hook it up and move to that particular point. So the items also that we are covering with the cycle grant have been approved by the Safety and Security Committee as a whole, as far as a priority list. And so I just want to make the clarification that we are not just arbitrarily spending these cycle funds, but that we are looking at the needs in the district and prioritizing those as we go through. But in addition to what Dr. Fields is saying, we do have to utilize other funds because, you know, when you look
We've already utilized
we have
the other
already done
funds
that
because
with
we've
the
already
fencing,
purchased the fence and
with
we've
the
already
film,
gave the salary.
all of those pieces are in
Yeah, the
excess of
taxpayers
what
are
this grant
footing a
would be.
lot of that bill through their property taxes, through the bonds, so. The only other concern I had was about those security gates at the high.
Bonds don't pay for salaries, ma'am. Am I correct?
I'm not gonna sit and argue with you, Dr. Fields.
This
Let's
isn't
move
an
on.
argument, it's just a
Okay,
statement of
Dr.
fact. You
Fields,
just stated that the.
This is a board meeting.
Yes,
Where the
ma'am.
board is having a discussion and we are allowed to express our opinions on agenda items. You don't have to agree with me and I don't have to agree with you.
No, but what he's saying is, as you lumped into that, it was salaries, and we cannot use bond funds to pay for salaries. He was clarifying something.
Okay, well,
Go
it's
ahead,
allowed to
please.
pay for fencing, doors, window film, and that's what I said the priority things were out of the safety and security.
Go ahead and move along, please.
So, for the security gates, like that Laura had asked about, I don't understand why we would take that out of our general fund when we're trying to cut costs. Why is that not being paid for out of the 2022 bonds? Why isn't that part of the fences? It's how we get in and out of the fences. And we have more than enough money in 2022 bond. There's fencing money left over, there's $8 million in interest. Is there a reason we would take that out of our general fund when we're trying to cut costs in the general fund?
We're not using it.
So we're taking the funds for the gate out of local.
Local.
And we had stated before, because we had permission to use the Safe Cycle 2 grant for the simulator, then we could use this for the gate. And it was transportation that brought back the immediate need for the gates, correct?
Correct.
Because the bus drivers were having to get out of the bus like they were going to a ranch, unlock it, drive the bus through, and then go back to the gate, lock it, and then drive through.
That's
Oh, yeah.
correct.
I'm not disagreeing, we need it. I'm just wondering, why would it be paid for out of general funds instead of bond funds? Because it's part of the gate system. It's how we access our parking lots. May the CFO have an answer? Yes, no? Yeah?
We can
He's
most
kind of giving me a half
definitely
nod.
look into it. The existing
Your microphone.
bond was to cover the perimeter of the campuses. This is an additional piece to cover the entry and exit and make it electronic. So we'd have to look at the specific bond
Yeah,
issue.
because
but
I'm
we
pretty
most
sure we're
certainly can
under
reclass
budget
funds.
and over almost 8 million in unallocated interest still in that bond. So I feel like there's $200,000 available. Again, we're trying to
If it's
preserve
not
every
very-
Well-
penny.
Again, we can look to see at the specificity. We've been advised by our bond counsel not to add anything additional until we finish all the described projects in bond 2022.
The statement was just made that there's $8 million in unallocated or allocated interest in the bond. We're not spending any of the 22 bond monies that aren't specific to the 22 bond thus far.
Yes,
I
sir.
know, but
Correct.
you
I
need
guess
to
if they
clarify,
say
there's
that's not
not
part
8
of the
million.
fencing. A fence that
And when we're
doesn't,
talking about 2017 and 2016, there's not 8 million there. To her point, there is enough money to pay for these fences in the 2017 or the 2016. So now we only have to go back to the bond lawyers to see if they'll give us permission to do that. But the reason why we came back is because when we originally talked about this and transportation brought it, the board seemed like they felt like this is what we should do, so we immediately put it on the agenda. Because transportation came and said this is what we needed to get done.
It was originally coming from the transportation, but
and I think everybody agrees, we have to be able to get in and out of the parking lots, and you need a gate that opens, right? Like, nobody's standing out there opening a gate. I don't think anybody's disagreeing, we need this piece of equipment. I think we're just asking what the most always use the most restrictive funding source first. So we came in under budget on the fencing, I believe, you have to check with them. that it feels like there's already money in 2022 because of the fencing coming in, and
We're-
this is part of fencing.
The
as a
unallocated
far as-
bond funds in 2017, we currently have another agenda item that we're bringing, so those 2017 unallocated bond funds are spoken for should the board approve that item later on. For 2016, we've been advised, please finish the projects on 2016 before we use those
That's what I
unallocated
was waiting
bonds. For 2022, we've also been advised, please, that's a fairly brand-new bond. If you're going to do anything extra that wasn't specifically described, I don't recall this specifically being described, as we just recently discussed it. But most certainly, if our bond council says, go ahead, we're always looking at ways to alleviate our local funds. So we can most certainly look into that.
Yes, I am just saying that fencing, if you can't open and close it and get in and out of it, it's part of fencing. So I hope, I'm sure Mr. Hall he's got a lot of common sense. So, this is part.
But you can open and close it, ma'am, so this is like additional pieces? So
Correct.
that,
But everyone knows in a high school, no student is getting out and opening, closing, and gate, and we're not hiring, we have no one called parking lot attendant on our compensation plan. So I'm saying, just talk to Mr. Hall. He'll know, he knows.
Ms. Stanford?
Yeah, so you're going to follow up with that? Is that my understanding? And
No,
just see-
ma'am, we have this in front of the board, and I'm asking for you guys to vote on it. If you're telling me that you don't want to vote on it or you vote it down, then we will go back and speak to the bond lawyers to see if there's another way where we can recoup the funds to get this done. But we would like to move forward with it.
Yeah, we need to do it. So if you're saying we don't have time to check out another funding source.
we can always reclass at a later time. We can move
Okay.
forward with a decision today, and if we can reclass at a later time, we've
Excellent
done this
point.
before. We
Okay.
can reclass
Thank you.
later.
Okay.
Excellent.
And then I did have one other question on the installation of the panic buttons. They sound like powerful things. They have the ability to activate a lockdown with the touch of a button. So my question is, how easy is it for students to access that? Are they going to be placed?
So they will be placed in the classroom, and that is one of the considerations that we have to address. And so it will have the piece where you will have to hit it multiple times or hold it down. So it will have a measure that will be required. We will look at the individual classrooms. Obviously, we are not going to put it where every kid can hop and, hit it as they walk out the door of the classroom or, a location like that. So that is part of the installation. We will examine the classrooms and determine the most appropriate position to place those buttons so that everybody knows where they are, so that they can be activated in the event of an emergency. Something similar that you might say is we currently are meeting this requirement by having the buttons placed on the teacher's phone in the classroom, and it immediately dials 911.
Okay.
The problem with that is every time, and not every time, but
Substitute.
many times when we clean the phone or a student hits the phone or the desk gets bumped, 911 is being called up to 15 times a day and sometimes
good.
more. And they're not actual calls. And so we want to eliminate that with this purchase, which would create an easy way in which to make those services active, but not so easy that you can just, wipe a hand over the top of it and it's going to activate that process.
I mean, can they be camouflaged in some way? Like a do not touch
Potentially,
sign?
it could potentially have the little plastic flap over the top, something
not
like
touch.
that. But we will do the best that we can to make sure that it is secure, but also accessible, because we do need to make it accessible in the event of emergency for a child to hit it as well.
That's going to be interesting. Okay. That's all the questions I had on this.
Mr. Salinas?
Thank you. I don't think any employee in our district should be using their own vehicles to do district business. I will be supporting this. We need to get that extra vehicle. And I hope that we stop that practice of asking our employees to use their vehicles to do district business. That could be a big liability in case something was to happen. Thank you.
Mr. Macias?
Yes, and just again, I'll support this request for the fencing. I really appreciate the idea, Ms. Davis, about possibly reclassifying funds at a later time. We have work to do to make this work a little better. But I do obviously prefer that we use bond dollars when we possibly can. So obviously, if the bond attorney gives us permission, then we can probably do that later. Thank you.
That's perfect. All right. So I move that we approve, let me find it again, expenditures equal to or greater than $50,000.
Second.
All right. Go ahead and vote. Motion passes 6-1. Item 5L, consider and take action regarding approving the ranking for request for proposal 2411 for Selma Elementary School Library Book Collection. Mr. Salinas?
I'm sorry, the question that I have is, are the library books from Coronado going to be transferred to the new elementary?
We actually have, there is a small collection of books that was purchased this current year with title funds that were for the bilingual program specifically, and those books will be going to the new campus. But otherwise, since it is a new campus, everything else on that campus is going to be brand new, including all of the library books. So the majority of the library books that are at the current Coronado Elementary campus, we will be working with those and potentially moving those on for other purposes. But as far as Selma goes, it is a brand-new campus. It will receive a new library, but because it is a bilingual situation and we have some brand-new books bought with title funds, we need to keep those with that bilingual program. So there will be, it's right around 1,000 books that will also be transferred, but otherwise,
Thank you,
no.
that's all I had.
Anyone else? I'm sorry, I didn't proceed. All right. I move that we approve the ranking for request for proposal 2411 for Selma Elementary School Library Book Collection. Go ahead and vote, please. Go ahead and vote. Motion passes 7-0. Item 6, discussion and possible action regarding approval. Oh, I'm so sorry. I always forget to do this. So we do have some proclamations that we would like to read some brief summaries of. Ms. Faulkner, if you'll read, please, 5F.
I'd like to read the condensed version of the proclamation for Career and Technology Education Month, which states Career and Technology Education Month is an opportunity to raise awareness of the role that CTE has in readying learners for college and career success. It's also a time to recognize the accomplishment of CTE programs and the importance of CTE for all students of all ages. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim February 2025 as Career and Technology Education Month and urge all citizens to become familiar with the services and benefits available within this district.
Thank you so much. I have the next one, 5G, and I'm going to read a condensed version of the proclamation for National School Counseling Week, which states, National School Counseling Week is a week that focuses public attention on the unique contribution of school counselors within U.S. school systems. This week highlights the tremendous impact school counselors can have in helping students achieve school success and plan for a career. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim February 3rd through 7th, 2025, as National School Counseling Week and urge students, staff, and parents to express their appreciation to our school counseling staff for their hard work and dedication to Judson ISD students. Ms. Eaton, you have the next one?
Yes, Madam President. I'd like to read a condensed version of the proclamation for Black History Month, which states, Black History Month is an annual celebration of achievements by African Americans and a time for recognizing their central role in U.S. history. The history of people of African heritage goes back thousands of years and includes some of the greatest, most achieved, and innovative scientists in the history of human existence, innovation, We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim February 2025 as Black History Month and encourage all citizens to reflect on the rich history and teachings of Black Americans.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Stanford, you have the last one.
Okay. I'd like to read a condensed version of the proclamation for Holocaust Remembrance Week, which states, Holocaust Remembrance Week is to bring awareness of the Holocaust to our students, educators, and general public. Judson ISD students, grades K through 12, receive Holocaust instruction during this selected week. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim January 27th through the 31st, 2025, as Holocaust Remembrance Week and urge our community and all of our citizens to pay tribute to the memory of the victims of the Holocaust.
Thank you so much, all of you. All right, now moving on to 6A. Discussion and possible action regarding approval of the inductees for the 2025 Civic and Athletic Hall of Honor. Dr. Fields?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I believe that we've already put the information in the board book, but you can see the individuals that were nominated and the ones that we are recommending for both the Civic as well as the Athletic Hall of Honor. I really would like to make the announcement at the gala as opposed to saying it now, if we could.
But we have to invite them to the gala. They sell their tickets, so they'll know.
Okay.
I'm just saying that they are invited to the gala, so we need
Yes,
to
ma'am.
announce them tonight.
Feel free.
Can't be a surprise, because then they might not be there.
And this is
Hold
our
on, Kim's
recommendation.
making motions.
We usually invite them right after. We take care of that right after the meeting tomorrow.
So you don't want us to announce it?
As discussed.
We haven't before, but it's totally up to you. You're the-
Okay, so this is a secret, y'all. So we are going to vote without naming names. That's fine.
As posted.
All right, is there any discussion on this item?
No.
All right, I move that we approve the inductees for the 2025 Civic and Athletic Hall of Honor.
Second.
Wait for the button. Wait. Okay, now.
Now, sorry, takes me a minute sometimes. Come on. Okay, helps if I push the right button.
Thank you.
All right, item B, discussion and possible action regarding approval of an order calling a trustee election for May 3rd, 2025 for single-member districts 2, 3, 4, and 5. Dr. Fields?
This is pretty straightforward. We're just looking for approval from the board so we can do the elections for the single-member board districts in May.
Is there any discussion? No?
Thank you.
So I move that we approve the order calling a trustee election for May 3rd, 2025 for single-member districts 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Second.
Go ahead and vote. Motion passes 7-0.
Madam President,
Yes,
I
sir.
believe before we leave, all the board members have to sign that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is in there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And then item 6C, discussion and take possible action regarding approval of internal audit priorities. Mr. Macias, this was your item?
It was, yes. It was an item that we had in the November election, and the Internal Audit Committee, composed of Ms. Ryan and Mr. Salinas and I, we met last week, and so we sort of refined our request on what to begin with an internal audit. There was some discussion before about maybe doing HR and all that, but it ultimately came down to the fact that we've not had a risk assessment in our district, which would look at every department and then give us an analysis of potential risk for the board then to consider future audits. Like if they were to say, child nutrition. I mean, they're not, but I'm just saying if they did, as an example, that would be one that we would then consider having to take a deeper dive. But we have no idea what the potential risk looks like until we do a risk assessment. And the last one we did was in 2011, 2012. So it's been some considerable time. But what I'd like to do with this is not put us in a position where we have to start over again. I would like, since we already allocate funding for internal audits in the subsequent years, just have, when we do our search for an internal auditor, have it to where we're going to have maybe a 2 or 3 year commitment so that we have the ability to not have to go back to starting at square one and doing another RFP or RFQ for qualification. We're just going forward. So we'll get the assessment. I think in the past, that's what's caused some issues in terms of being able to acquire the best candidate or best vendor, because we start and stop. So the idea would be that we would approve this risk assessment, and then we would put together RFQ, RFP, whatever the appropriate language would be for us then to have a multi-year internal auditor. So Mr. Salinas or Ms. Ryan, if you'd like to add any more to that, I'd appreciate that. Mr. Salinas?
Thank you, sir. Yes, definitely. I was shocked when it said 2011, what was it? 2011, 2012. So I like the idea of putting out a RFQ. Is that what we're going to put out? Or
Yeah, we're going to, once it's approved, then we'll know.
Right, once, yes, definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I concur that we're going to get some copies of some proposals that other school districts have gone out to do, whether it's RFQ, RFP. We will get some expert advice on what that is, write up a scope, and let's just see where we stand on everything, and then, get toward that 5-year audit plan, right? Where we audit something every 3 years, we audit other things every 2 years, and, again, the district's a little audited out for this school year.
Thank you.
Right? We've gone through a lot of audits
Thank
on very specific, detailed things, and everybody just needs to catch their breath and go do what they know in their brain they need to get done. They just haven't had any time to do it because they're getting audited. So good little pause, and I think the results of that will allow us to figure out our way forward and stuff like that, so.
And I'll just say lastly, most of the larger districts in San Antonio do have a function, an internal audit function that's pretty regular. And so to include Alamo colleges as well in higher ed. So I know the process can work. We just need to have the continuity that we've lacked in the past and work together as a board to ensure that continuity makes sense. But for this time being, we have to start. So if there are any other questions, I'm happy to hear from my colleagues.
Any other comment? I think a risk assessment makes a lot of sense to start with. So do you want to go ahead and make a motion then, sir?
Sure. Thank you. I move that we initiate an internal audit risk assessment for Judson ISD.
Second.
What about the years?
We're going to put the RFQ, RFP together, and that'll be part of that.
Okay, you don't need it.
Yeah, we don't need it in the motion.
Yeah, I think this is just approval that this is the priority we're going to move forward
Yep.
with. Then the RFP will come back to the full board for approval and ranking. Once we get the RFPs or RFQs, whatever it ends up being, it'll come back to everybody.
And Mr. Salinas seconded.
All right, so Mr. Macias, Mr. Salinas, go ahead and vote. Yeah. Ms. Eaton stepped out. We can wait for her, and move on to our update on board conferences and training, and she can vote when she gets back. Are we allowed to do that, Ms. Holmes?
He changed her. You can.
He marked her
move
absent.
forward.
All right. There we go. All right, motion passes 6-0 with Ms. Eden out of the room. All right, item 7, discussion, update on board training conferences, events, and board committee updates. Ms. Ryan, I'll start with you. I think I started the other end last time.
Okay, I attended the Innovation and Audit Committee, but I won't say anything about them because the chairs are down the line. I'll let you all talk about our committees. A great chance to go tour J-Care and the DAEP, whatever names, we call it all different names. And what an inspiring group of teachers and support staff over there who are just so committed to helping these kids get back on their path, and seeing J-Care as this reset button, right? And just start over, and to watch the students just walk so respectfully and sit in classes, and all the support services they have there that's they don't get a lot of publicity because they're not on a lot of our score reports and stuff like that, so we won't talk about them a lot. But to the whole team over there, it was amazing to come visit with and meet each one of you and see your passion for those kids and teaching and that special personality it takes to really connect with kids.
I
Working on
appreciate you dropping by there.
Yes. Yeah, it was great. I'm like, a lot of faces I had seen other places before, but I'm like, oh, this is where you are. I didn't want to steal somebody's parking spot, though. I felt bad. I know it's tight parking over there, so I don't want to steal somebody's spot at lunch. So, working on the reading to the Final Four competition. I made it out of Olympia unscathed by the flu last week, even though that seems to be going around everywhere, and what a great group of kids everywhere from life skills to kinder on up to third grade. I don't think I made it over the fourth and fifth grade hallway, but I've got some more reading going on tomorrow, and looking forward to try and get, Judson in the final four of school board trustees reading to kids and getting all those kids inspired. We're competitive here at Judson, right? Doesn't matter if it's sports, band,
We have 4
cyber.
schools make the first cut.
Yes, I'm so excited. I'm gonna work on making it and getting them inspired to continue reading too. So, but yeah, lots of other visits, but those are kind of the main highlights. And all of this is awesome and amazing, and you all did too much as usual, and really, we appreciate you all so much just for doing what you do every single day. But we do appreciate you dropping off the little treats. Thank you.
Ms. Stanford?
I'm just going to use my time to thank the campuses and the students, the teachers, the staff that so generously provided all these gifts. It's just amazing and overwhelming. I also wanted to thank the therapists who came tonight to speak, and just want them to know that you're heard, and appreciate that you brought up the needs that you did. Thank you.
Ms. Faulkner?
We had an innovation committee meeting, and 2 of the principals with the LASSO grant, say it again? T-class, sorry.
LASSO was the other.
Yes. So essentially, the grant is over with, and so we really nailed down what are the needs. And it was kind of interesting because the elementary said people, and the middle school said the curriculum, really. And looking at, and kind of keeping things in place. So we'll be bringing things to the board as far as our recommendations. And we did that because budget season. The other thing we discussed is the new grants that will be brought to the board, right, or no? I'm sorry, I don't have my notes with me, and it's been a long day. So we have.
Here if they get it.
Say-
We're waiting to hear from TA if they get it.
That's right. There were 2 elementaries, and they were not just chosen, they met the qualifications. So we'll hear more about that, et cetera, et cetera. I apologize, it's late, and I didn't bring my notes with me. The other thing was, I found out that I'm pretty good at roping because I attended the Park Village.
Candlewood.
I'm sorry, see what I mean? Candlewood, good Lord. Candlewood Horse Clinic. And there was way more participation this year than there were last year. And I just have to commend them on finding square marshmallows to make s'mores. I have never seen square marshmallows. They are square and flat, and they melt and they fit right in there.
Just hammer a regular marshmallow.
No, they come like that. They're amazing. That's it. That's all I have.
Mr. Macias?
I had my first s'more last summer, ever, so it was very delicious. But just an update in regards to the Internal Audit Committee, one thing that we did not talk about in our agenda item was that we are taking a look at the idea of still retaining an employee. So we're going to look at probably revising the job description to kind of fit our needs, and also see through a pool of candidates that the Internal Audit Committee receives those resumes so that we can review. Anyway, It's a long shot, but there's still a possibility we could find somebody that meets the qualifications. So that's ongoing. And lastly, our next meeting is in February, so it'll be real close, but I'm planning to attend the SA to DC trip with the business community to lobby in Washington, DC for educational, for San Antonio, for Judson. So that's on March 3rd, so when we have our February meeting, it's going to be real close. So thought I would mention that, so if there's any input or any thoughts, feel free to share them with me so I could take them up there with us. And naturally, I'll be working with administration to have sort of arrangement with individuals that we'll meet with. That's all I have for right now. Wait. Well, I'll let you talk a little bit about that. Yeah. So the last thing, too, is that this never gets old. I know a lot of the staff and campus leaders have left, but thank you so much for the gifts, for the notes. It really is meaningful, and I do appreciate it. So this is that one day. Doing all that hard work as a board member is worth it, because it's really special to receive this recognition. So thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Mr. Salinas?
Just thank you for the recognition. Although I've only been here a couple of months, but thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Ms. Eaton?
First, I just want to thank all of our schools for the awesome gifts and for thinking about us and sharing love. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everyone. I'm looking forward to the gala. And on the 18th, I believe, we're going to Austin.
February.
On the 18th of February. We're also going to have on Monday, the 3rd of February at 3 o'clock, Ms. Betty, we're going to have our legislative committee meeting. That's it.
Thank you. We were extended an invitation, and I was able to go to the City of Schertz City Council meeting on Tuesday. And the roads had cleared up enough for me to feel safe getting out. And they did a School Board Recognition Month and gave us a lovely copy of a proclamation. And so I'll give that to Miss Betty so she can maybe scan it in and send it to us in the Friday notes. And I want to thank them for recognizing all the school districts that touch their city, which was their intent. So it was very kind of them to do that. One of our fellow former trustees, Robert
Westbrook.
Yes, Robert Westbrook is now on Schertz City Council, and so he's brought this idea forward that, working together. So I really appreciate that. And other than that, I don't have anything to share at this time. So, with that said, the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meeting Act. 8A, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report, and updates including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments, including Director of Elementary Curriculum. 8B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.076, discussion regarding intruder detection, security audit, and security devices. Item 8C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussion regarding board member duties, roles, and responsibilities. And the time is now 10:31 p.m.